I just want to say yeet because we can yeet now.
No, he can't eat anymore.
No, he's got it back.
Oh,
you didn't see what
unyeeted, but then re-yeeted?
No, I guess money was involved.
Good morning.
All right, that one was on me.
Well, yeah, you've been in here like 10 minutes and you still weren't ready yet. So I
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the Rob Brown Show's on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What's up, world? Great to be with you. Happy Wednesday. The midweek edition hitting you harder than a frustrated Draymond Green. That's the thing that happened last night.
Yeah, that was calculated. That was well done. Spinning fists are hard to pull off, especially in the way that he did it. And there was an instant mouse on the player's face. Yeah, that was well done.
He hit Yusuf Nurkic like he was about to wait for a 10 count and a bell. I mean, it was unbelievable. Draymond Green is a lunatic. He is unhinged. And while we have plenty of wrestling jokes about Draymond spinning fist, chokehold, groin shot Green, I'm dead serious when I say the NBA's got to get rid of this cat, man. You can't let him keep doing this.
They won't, though. And the thing is, if he would have picked a softer guy, that guy would have been out. I mean,
you got to stop messing with this Eastern European dudes, man.
They're not intimidated by him, and so that's how he does. He has to retaliate, and they basically look at him and say, "Is that all you got?" That's usually what they do.
These Eastern European cats, like, all they do is just be tough. It's just all they do is be tough. And Yusuf Nurkic has taken it now. Rudy Gobert got put in a chokehold. I can no longer count the number of guys that Draymond has delivered a you-know-what shot to.
America.
Can we call it that shot?
Well, why not? Because it seems to be America versus Europe with him. So, I mean,
No, I mean, like the physical act of kicking someone in the groin.
America.
Can I call it
as long as you yell it when you do it.
I could say nut shot?
No.
I feel like I can. I hear Rome say that all the time.
Yeah, but I just wanted to hit the button.
Oh, okay.
And so we got confused there because I thought you wanted
What do you think I was going to call it?
America.
That's I mean, played that. Then you said, can we call it that?
No.
So I mean, we can go back and listen to the tape. So you made it sound like.
I understand. I was asking, can I call it, like, when I say shot to the groin, there's obviously a much more common phrase that people use for that. I hear Rome use it.
It's called,
it was fair game or
it's
not.
called a hit to the midsection. And I don't know why you want to take away a joke that we've had here for many years, just so you can be literal. And why the heck is Will calling me when he knows I'm on the air?
He's like 10 feet away from here. So anyway, Draymond hits Yusuf Nurkic with the spinning backhand, which if you land that in an MMA fight, you're catching a point for that round. Like, a judge is going to give you a point for that round because he absolutely delivered it. It was perfect. Except for, and this is true, last night was not an MMA match. Dre, last night was not you versus Roy Nelson. Last night was an NBA game. And in an NBA game, this is true.
He wouldn't hit Roy Nelson. He's from America. So he only hits foreign-born people.
That's not true. He has hit multiple Americans in the midsection so far. Draymond is an equal opportunity offender. We've had this conversation in the past where dudes have popped off, where dudes have done something like this, and people have asked, hey, Rob, including Lonzo, hey, Rob, why is it that the cops would not get involved with something like this? And I got to tell you, last night was one of those times that I genuinely was like, yeah, I think that could come with a warrant, bro. Like, I think that could come with an assault charge or a battery charge. 100%. They're showing it on the TV right now. Like, and Draymond's like, oh, I loved it after the game. He's like, I sell calls with my arm. Dude, you straight up 180 swung and punched him, my man. Like, do you understand? We have televisions, right? You straight up were facing away from him. You swung 180 opposite of the direction that he was defending you, by the way. You swung 180 the other direction with an extended arm and went fist to chin bone. My dude, that's not selling a call. That's catching a charge.
For a complete breakdown of the fight, tune into the Draymond Green podcast. He'll be drinking wine or something as he goes blow by blow and talks about his technique.
Somebody said, and what I think is probably very accurate. Somebody said, you know what Dre is doing right now? Dre is setting himself up to do an audition with Inside the NBA on TNT when this is all done, right? Like, he's building this character. He's building this character that after it's over, he's going to show up on TV and kind of be the anti-Shaq, right? He's going to show up on TV and he's kind of going to be the guy that's like, yeah, I know I played tough and I got real physical, but like, I'm a real funny, good guy now. I'm usually very slow to ask leagues to step in and do something about a guy, but I kind of feel like we have to now, man. Like, I kind of feel that something has to be done now. I think you are out of options at this point. This is potential assault charge number what? 5, 6, 7 on Draymond? That was a straight up punch, dude. Like, there's no way around that. That was a straight up punch to the dome, and I don't know how you let that go. I don't know how you let that fly. The NBA has a Draymond Green problem at this point. We'll talk about that later. That is Draymond's 18th regular season, the Warriors' 18th regular season ejection. That is Draymond's third this season. No, I apologize. It is Draymond's. I read it wrong. 18th ejection in the regular season. That is the second most in the NBA over the last 25 seasons. The only guy with more was Rasheed Wallace with 25. Not a guy that I would consider a role model, frankly.
No, and I'm surprised Rodman isn't in there, but Rodman's been gone for a while, so I think he set the original standard, maybe.
It feels like Rodman's been out of the league for 25 years.
Or maybe somebody from the Bad Boys in Detroit. Records. You set a record, and you're down for history. He's got a chance to do that.
Look, it's.
Will they stop everything that's going on in the arena when he gets kicked out the next time when he actually surpasses
standing ovation?
Rasheed,
Congrats, Dre, you did it.
They bring him out like a trophy with a boxing glove or something on it.
Hang the banner, baby. We did it.
And then he says, I can finally retire. And then while being suspended, he just leaves.
What a joke, man. They've got to stop. They've got to stop with this. They've got to do something about Draymond Green, because at this point, like I have said, and will say probably a million and a million more, I agree with most of what Charles Barkley said. None of it more so than when Charles Barkley said, we are not your children's role models. It is not our job to raise your kids. It is not our job to act a certain way to teach your kids. That's your job. You had the kid. It's your responsibility. You teach them how to act. And if it's not how we act, then tell them, yeah, he's a good basketball player, but don't act that way. But I have hit a point with Draymond that I'm like, dude, listen, even if I do agree with Chuck that basketball players are not role models, you know where you are going to have kids, even the most well-parented kids, model themselves on the floor. They're going to model their game after the game of the athletes that they're watching. And so if I've got an NBA guy out there who is doing spinning back fist and clocking other players in the face, don't be shocked if you start seeing kids acting like that on the high school floors of America. And then we got to go, you can't do that. Why? Draymond did it, and he didn't get punished for it. Draymond did it. Nobody brought the hammer down on him. Why are you bringing it down on me? I am very slow to encourage leagues to drop a ban hammer on a guy based on a heat of the moment interaction. But this is heat of the moment interaction number 90 for Draymond Green. Like, it just keeps happening. He caught a 5-gamer for putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock, a chokehold, a sleeper, whatever it was. A 5-gamer for that. He should catch a 10-gamer for this one. And at some point, an aging Warriors team that is watching their window close, if it hasn't closed already, is going to have to come together as a team and go, Dre, my guy, you're an important part of this franchise. We would like to try to get one more before the window closes. But in order for us to do that, we need you to calm the hell down.
Yeah, you
dude.
know who's not going to do that? That would be Steve Kerr. He usually makes an excuse for why it was done. Has he done that yet? Is he come on to his defense? And
I don't think any of them said anything last night, because I think last night, like even the chokehold one on Gobert, even I came in, I'm like, okay, he came up behind him. He was trying to drag Gobert around from his guys. Like, I was looking for justification, and I slightly found one in that situation. I got precisely and exactly 0 defense. Last night was battery. Point blank definition of the word. The headlock, I can go, he was trying to pull his guy away. There was still a couple of players right in front of him. He was trying to drag the other guy away from his guy. He was trying to separate them, create some distance. Like, okay, do I know that that's BS? Yes, but at least it's justification. There is none for what the guy did last night. If he does not catch a 5+ gamer for this, I will have a problem.
All right, I'm not making light of the situation. I'm just curious about technique. So if you are spinning, does that give you extra torque on the punch?
Yes.
And also, he didn't stiffen his arm, so his arm was really loose. Is that a good way to go, or should you have stiffened your arm when you hit the delivery?
No. So, all right. It is similar to swinging a golf club, right? Similar to swinging a golf club. As a average golfer,
You had to think about that for a second. So
I was trying to come up with the correct adjective, because I was going to say as a decent golfer, but I'm not. As an average golfer compared to the guys that you play with, one of the first things that I had to learn was when you swing a golf club, you want that golf club to be loose in the hands, not like flopping around, but you want that golf club, to be in place. But you want it to be loose, because when you're pulling the golf club, why can't I say that word? When you're pulling the golf club through the swing, if it is loose, that club head, it's going to have momentum in a circle at the extent of the arc. And when it has that momentum, as opposed to you pushing the club head, if you push the club head instead of pulling it through and allowing the club head to build momentum, you're going to take momentum out of the club head. And of course, the less momentum there is in the club head, the shorter your drive is going to be. So you want to have a good grip, but you want to have a relaxed grip on the golf club. So when you pull it through, that club follows a wide circle with full momentum. It's the same thing with an arm swing, with a back fist. You want that arm to extend all the way, because the further something is from the center of rotation, the faster it is that it rotates, right? If you think about a car tire, right? The lug nut on a car has to cover less distance in the circle as the car rotates. The rubber on the tire, in order to get from the top of the tire to the bottom of the tire at the same time that the lug nut gets from the top to the bottom, that tire has to cover 4 times the distance, which means it's got to go faster. So the further it is from your body, the faster that fist is going to travel, the more inertia it's going to have, and the more force it is going to apply to the chin of Yusuf Nurkic.
I love when we talk about something because I know I'm going to get multiple clips on the X just show up, and now I've got them one after the other. We're getting crowd shots, everything. So all we got to do is talk about something, and it's just going to show up. It wasn't there before, and now it's one after the other, after the other, after the other. It's including referee cam. That's awesome.
Hashtag influencers. All right. We'll talk more about that
Or
later on.
Or AI is listening, but
I 100% did not think that we were going to open this show and stick for a while with Draymond Green, but
come on,
it was so damn ridiculous.
We're combat enthusiasts. So when we see something, I mean, we break down things during breaks on the stream. So why not break down something that's unfortunate, keeps happening, and has never really been punished the way it needs to as a deterrent?
I'm kind of stuck in the middle because on one hand, as a basketball fan, I'm like, this is wildly inappropriate and cannot be allowed to continue. And as an MMA fan, I'm like, that's a pretty good spinning back fist. That's a pretty good spin. Listen, that's a dangerous move because by definition, you have to turn your back to an opponent. A lot of guys, when they line that shot up, they're going to have you set up they're going to set you up like they're working a jab, like they're working a cross, like they're working a hook. And when you go to throw that move, you can telegraph it by putting that front foot, by crossing that front foot over the other front. If you cross that foot so that you can swing around the back way, what ends up happening is when you cross that foot over, you've now telegraphed for the longest punch you can throw because that outside arm has got to go from about a 45-degree angle all the way around the circle back to where they are. So if you're going to pull that move, you got to pull that move fast. Like you have got to whip that thing around. You have got to get on the spin quick. And Draymond did. I mean, it was well executed.
I will also say that it did have some video game-esque feel to it. The spin looked like something from either Mortal Kombat or Tekken, or maybe the Dragon Ball Z game. So it was very well done. It's unfortunate. Luckily, I think Nurkic played the rest of the game.
He did.
Looked like that was not a flop. But I mean, you could tell that really hurt.
Punched in the face.
Yeah, that really hurt. He didn't have to sell that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. He took the receipt and stayed down for a while because he needed to.
Punched in the face. Hard. And Draymond's thick, dog. All right, so we'll talk more about that later in the show. Another player became last night the third player to be ejected at least 2 times this season. It was Nikola Jokic got tossed last night because NBA referees are as soft as high-quality toilet paper.
All right, you can say that, but you know what? Keep your potty mouth in check.
Yes,
he deserved to go home. You know, he should have.
What you should say is, son of a gun, gosh darn it,
exactly.
You missed the call, you flippy-floppy referee.
There needs to be a bathroom referee available.
Yes.
So when your potty mouth goes
out with soap.
Yes. And it has to be a bigger bar because NBA players are taller, their heads are bigger. Don't
say bad words in sports because they hurt my feelings
and
I don't like it.
I don't understand why foreign-born players don't just curse in their native language. How many people out there know what they're saying?
Because he needed that ref to know that he was screwing the pooch.
Well, he knew, and then he had to go.
He did not have to go.
Curse in your native language. They're not going to know what you said.
Yeah, that's the point. He wanted him to know what he said. You missed another call.
So you're saying he wanted to be ejected?
No, I'm saying you should not get ejected for going, hey, make the call, bleep.
Is that like in Hoosiers when the coach got, kicked out on purpose so that
I promise you, if Nikolai was going to take an ejection on purpose for team motivation. It wasn't with over a minute left in the second quarter. What a garbage decision.
By the way, cursing your native language.
And what? If I need to
people
deliver a
people
message
can tell you're upset and you're angry, but you don't get tossed.
If I need to deliver a message to you of great importance, am I going to do it in French? No.
I wish you would.
For two reasons. Number one, it wouldn't convey the message. And number two, I don't know how to speak French.
Well, I know a little bit of French, and I probably would understand it if you did it. And plus, French is the most sarcastic language on the earth. So, I appreciate that.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we do have some news in the land of collegiate football. I debated whether to bring this up or not, to tell you the truth. I went back and forth about whether it was something that we would want to, need to, should talk about. I kind of feel like we have to. There is a potential lawsuit on the way regarding the NCAA College Football Playoff Selection Committee emanating from the Sunshine State of Florida because, of course, where else?
If we fight too much today, I'm leaving. I just want you to know that I will get up and walk out of the studio. I've already done it once. I will do it again.
Go outside, nerd. We're back after this. It's Rob Lonzo and you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys. One more. We just started. One quick live read right here, and we're coming right back.
So apparently the host and the co-host computers just shut down. And at the same time, that's what I was told. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, conspiracy theories and stuff. Yeah. I'll be back. I gotta go make sure everything's good.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Kevin, Steven, good morning, Phyllis. Welcome in. Great to have you, as always.
Still not sure what happened, but everything was turned off. I have some theories, but like maybe go into the room that you're going to be in, a little bit earlier. That will take care of one count, but the other one, someone was in that room, their room, the entire time when it happened. So it's weird that it only happened to Word, as far as I know. The government did it. They did.
I believe it.
Daggum government. Smith and James in the next break.
So, this is gonna be fun. Florida's Attorney General said yesterday that she, a young lady by the name of Ashley Moody, is going to launch an investigation into Florida State being left out of the college football playoff. The undefeated Noles, fresh off their first ACC title since 2014, were obviously jumped by Texas and Alabama, a pair of one-loss teams. It quickly drew the ire of not just Florida State fans, but it seems about half of the country.
Really?
Yes.
You gotta go with that.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Lonzo, we had 1,000 people, that's dramatic, I know, on this show that are Clemson fans going, yeah, dude, they got screwed. Not just because it's Florida State, actually, maybe in spite of the fact that it's Florida State, but because of the precedent that it sets for other schools, especially other schools within the conference, Clemson. So yes, I would say it's about half split between people who think it got it right and people who think FSU got screwed. Now, the committee obviously said the decision came down to losing Jordan Travis, the quarterback, late in the season. Ashley Moody said she is not happy with that response. Ashley Moody, by the way, there's a couple of elements to this that are interesting. She is a Florida Gator graduate. She said, quote, I'm a lifelong Gator, but I'm also the Florida Attorney General, and I know injustice when I see it. No rational person or college football fan can look at this situation and not question the result. The NCAA, conferences, and the College Football Playoff Committee are subject to antitrust laws. My office is launching an investigation to examine if the committee was involved in any anti-competitive conduct. As it stands, the committee's decision reeks of partiality, so we are demanding answers, not only for FSU, but for all schools, teams, and fans of college football in Florida. Merit matters. If it's attention they were looking for, the committee certainly has our attention now. Now, let me lay out the ugly part of this first. This isn't going anywhere, and it is a political stunt, okay? Let's just clear the air of the big stuff here first. It's not going anywhere, and it is a political stunt. Florida's governor...
Is it an election year for Miss Moody?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis, is currently running for president. He's not going to win it, but he is in the mix for running for president right now. When I say it, I mean that party's nomination, okay? He's not gonna need to leave, but Ron DeSantis did enact a law in the state of Florida that would allow him to run for president and not have to leave the governor's mansion in the process. It's always been the rule that if you're the governor and you go for a presidential run, you have to step away from the office and leave it. He created a law that allows him to stay in that office. But there's always the possibility. There's the possibility that something wild happens.
Sure, the governor. I didn't think the governor could create laws.
My man,
Sounds.
He got it pushed and passed through.
Okay, all right.
It was a law that
okay.
he brought up, but because his party is in control of the state house right now, they went ahead and passed it for him.
I just hate to get technical there, but I didn't want you to make it sound like. I mean, because you made it sound like. Anyway.
Ron came up with the concept. He got it pushed with his party's help through the House. Now or through the state Congress. That's for another station.
Okay, I just just for accuracy's sake.
So, Mr. Platform Shoes has potentially the chance that he will end up leaving the governor's mansion, and the thought is that Ashley Moody would be towards the top of the list for Republicans to slide into that spot. Ashley Moody would likely be a threat to be the front runner to be the next governor in the state of Florida down the line.
So she's doing it, and that's going to get her ahead with, okay, all right, that's kind of shallow if you think,
have you talked about politics ever before?
Yeah, it's just,
they all are.
I just mean, it's like, okay, all right.
So this is a political stunt, in my opinion, from Ashley Moody in order to get her name out into the public, just in case Ron DeSantis pulls a small miracle and wins the nomination of the Republican Party to be on the presidential ticket.
He could be VP. You just never know.
Or VP.
Yeah,
I don't think, because, and again, another conversation, but I'm pretty sure the guy that's going to catch the nomination, he not exactly buds anymore.
You could pull a swerve. I mean,
maybe
do that.
It would absolutely be a swerve.
It would be a strong move. But go ahead.
So, if through whatever defiance of statistical probability, Ron DeSantis ends up vacating the governor's mansion permanently, Ashley Moody would be one of the names that is slated for their party to slide into that spot. So Ashley Moody is doing this to get her name thrown around. And on top of that, as we have learned by the great state of Alabama sending Tommy Tuberville for exactly 0 good reasons to Washington, D.C., a guy that couldn't even run a football team is going to run Congress. In certain places, college football is more important than politics. College football is more important than leadership. And so Ashley Moody has not only got an opportunity here to get her name elevated within circles that revolve around her political party that may or may not make her the front runner to replace Ron DeSantis as governor of Florida if he moves on. But on top of that, she gets a little Tommy Tuberville college football rub where she gets to go, hey, Knowles, I'm running for governor, and just remember who it was that went to bat for you. Just remember who it was that took on the NCAA and the selection committee and the conferences in order to try to get you some answers. That's the ugly part that we don't want to talk about. What I do want to talk about is how much I absolutely want to see her deep dive this thing. How much I want her to go full tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist and just start throwing everything she's got to see what happens. Because, hey, if the Attorney General's office digs in and they go a couple of months worth of an antitrust investigation, something that, by the way, that portion of Florida State House takes very seriously. If she goes full in on a 2, 3, 4 month investigation and she gets to the bottom and she goes, yeah, we didn't find anything that showed that anybody from ESPN or ABC or Fox or anybody else sent a note to the committee going, hey, we're not going to tell you what to do, but we really would appreciate it if the SEC got a bid, if Texas got a bid, because ratings. Could you imagine the raw sheer chaos if they did find that?
All right. First of all, then what happens? Nothing. Second of all, if she wants evidence, all she's got to do is go back and find the Nick Saban press conference. There didn't need to be anything, no collusion other than that. Nick came out and said what he said about the SEC being left out. They went on, they beat Georgia, and they're in. I mean, should that end of investigation right there. Nick Saban spoke. It happened. That's it.
It's not it.
Okay,
It's not it.
but again, she's going to waste a lot of taxpayer money to do this investigation. And if she finds that there is collusion, what happens?
I think at that point you have a justifiable, massive lawsuit on behalf of Florida State, on behalf of the athletic department, on behalf of everybody involved.
So you
potentially,
just want Florida State declared national champion.
no, that's not going to happen.
I mean,
It's not going to happen.
why else do all this stuff?
Because
this is what this is about. Do you want to? I mean, just go ahead and raise the banner. I mean, it's already been done in Florida before.
I'm already down for raising the banner.
So it just seems like a waste of time.
That's fine. Okay, maybe it is. And that's exactly what I just said was if they go through a 2, 3, 4 month investigation and they find absolutely and precisely jack bleep on the whole thing, cool, great. Then I'll just go, okay, it was a decision based on opinion and opinion, nothing else. And I have a problem with their opinion, but at least it was a genuine opinion-based decision that I just think sucked, right? On the flip side, all it takes is one email from Bob Iger. All it takes is one email from anybody. And then you put that in comparison with the fact that before Jordan Travis got hurt, Kirk Herbstreit was on TV saying Alabama should get the nod over Florida State. Before they even got to the end of the season, Kirk was saying that should be the move.
So
the point is,
I don't. So a guy gave an opinion about that.
Who's Kirk work for?
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
so just answer the question. Who does Kirk work for?
So your opinion, since you work for technically CBS Sports, your opinion can influence things.
No, mine can't, but I don't command an audience of tens of millions of people on Saturdays.
Dude, you talk about tinfoil hat. You got tinfoil under that hat right now. It might be a brain plate. There's no way. There's no way that. Come on.
You think there is a 0% chance that this decision was influenced by television?
I think there's
0%.
a 0% chance it was influenced by television.
I could not disagree.
It was influenced by Nick Saban.
I could not disagree.
It was influenced by Nick Saban. Now he was on TV when he did it. So if you want to say it was influenced by TV because he was on TV,
if that's the case, why wasn't Kirby Smart included? Why did Kirby Smart not get to kick Washington out when Kirby Smart, who is the Nick Saban replacement, he's the next guy, he is first in line to the throne, and if the expectations that Saban's going to do this another couple of years and step away are there, then why did Kirby's voice not have enough behind it?
He's not. He's not. He's like no. He's.
What do you mean no?
He's not He's not the next guy. He's not.
If you get to what the hell do you mean? He's won 2 consecutive national championships.
Yeah, and then he lost to Alabama. He's old
correct.
news.
To only Nick Saban.
Old news.
Only Nick Saban.
And then he probably will beat Florida State. But I mean, other than that.
Here's the point. The point here is, do I think anything is going to come of this? No, I don't. Do I think that there is going to be some unveiled conspiracy down the line? No, I don't. Do I think I want him to do it anyway? Sure do. Because all I need is down the pipe somewhere a FOIA act, and I don't know who is covered by FOIA and who is not in all of this.
Hey, Rob, can you explain what FOIA is to the audience that doesn't know what that is?
The Freedom of Information Act, which gives you, as the voting public, access to certain governmentally funded institutions' records to peruse through and make sure it's all on the up and up.
And Florida's a little more open than other
with
states.
Sunshine laws.
Yes. So you can learn a lot more in Florida.
So I would be curious. Again, I don't think anything's going to come of it. I don't think that there's going to be some big press conference in a week or two that they go, we found an email from Bob Iger to the committee, to the chairman, to Boo Corrigan, that says, hey, make sure Bama got in. And even if they do, it's obviously going to be heavily veiled that that's what they want, though they won't outright say it. But go ahead and look. Go ahead and take a look. Go ahead, deep dive. Let's see what happens. Let's get weird. Have a ball. Have fun. Go on, Ashley. I don't think you're going to find anything. I think at the end of the day, this is just going to be something that those of us who think FSU got screwed are going to take to the grave. Those of y'all who do not are going to tell those of us that do, shut up for the rest of our lives. We're not going to care or listen to you. And we're just going to just going to be a marked dark moment in college football history. But what if they just find that one email, that one text message, that one phone call? And if they are throwing possible antitrust violations at this is not just, hey, let me see your emails, dog. This is like, hey, we think maybe there's big time crime going on here and we'd like to take a look. Throw everything you got at it and let's see. Just for my own entertainment. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, live read right here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. $1.99 foot-long cheese conies. And I feel like that's what I'm having for lunch.
It's good to have a goal, an achievable goal, which that would be. Although, which Sonic are you going to?
I have a meeting downtown at 11:30. And so do I hit the Sonic on the way there, or do I do the meeting and hit the Sonic on the way back to the house?
Onion standard on that, Coney?
No.
Okay.
It's just chili and cheese.
So you should be all right.
I may hit it on the way there.
I don't eat hot dogs because they're for poor people. But so I need people to, tell me about it. Growing up, when we took pop bottles back to the store and got money back for them, and I had enough to go to Dairy Queen, those were the best conies.
I like a Sonic coney.
I just don't purposefully go somewhere for a hot dog. I don't. All joking aside, I just don't do that. I don't know why. Maybe I do actually think what I said. Maybe I do. I need psychological analysis, please, from someone other than Rob. Hey, an hour goes by really quick when you're talking conspiracy. I don't know if you noticed that. This whole first hour is almost got. We get beat downs and conspiracy. What could happen next?
There's a lot, man. There's a lot. I said, I don't think anything's coming of it. Still want it to happen anyway. It's listen, it is the exact same reason that I do not, for instance, believe in Bigfoot. But if a new Bigfoot video pops up on YouTube, I'm clicking on it faster than any of y'all because it fascinates me.
And every year, you guys think we're joking about going to the Bigfoot Festival. We just keep forgetting about it. We legitimately keep forgetting about it because it's close.
Yeah,
we could go to it.
It always ends up popping up on my radar like the day that it happens.
Oh, no, we were going to go to that.
Yeah. Apparently, and I'll go ahead and I'll actually add it on the phone calendar now. October 11th and 12th in 2024 in Westminster, South Carolina.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know where Westminster, South Carolina is. I assume it's obviously within 3 hours.
I'm guessing I've been there before, but
the website says, we hear pets may scare off Sasquatch. Please leave them at home. This includes dogs, cats, iguanas, snakes, tigers, and any other animals.
Yeah, you probably don't want to bring your tiger to a Bigfoot hunt, probably.
No, I absolutely do. I would love to bring my tiger on a Bigfoot hunt. I'm going to watch every found alien footage and Bigfoot footage and whatever. There's nothing I love more than a good, solid cryptozoology video on the internet. Doesn't mean any of that's real. It's all fraud. It's all fake. It's all either people trying to make a buck off crazy people or crazy people. And that's the list. But I'm still going to watch it. It's the same thing here. Nothing's going to come of this. If there are people involved in some great conspiracy to screw over FSU and benefit the SEC and the Big Ten because of it, they're not going to have been dumb enough to just pop off emails to each other about it. So nothing's going to come out of it. But sometimes people are dumb. Sometimes people slip. Sometimes it's 3:30 in the morning and you've had a couple of shots of bourbon and you accidentally pop off a text message to your ex, the committee, that you regret. Go for it. See what happens. Why not? Let's get weird. That's it. That's my whole take. I don't think anything's going to happen. I don't think anything's going to come of it. I think it's going to end up being something that is purely a political stunt from an attorney general who is angling to take over the governor's mansion should the current governor end up vacating it in favor of higher office. But whatever, dude. Whatever. Go take a look. Take a look through the lens of law enforcement. And let's see if somebody goofed. Let's see if somebody made a mistake. And look, if they do that and they get to the end of it and they're able to find exactly and precisely nothing at all, then all the best that you will get out of people who have been chanting that this is a conspiracy, all they will be able to do at that point is go, I think it was a conspiracy. And you can tell those people to shut the hell up. You can tell them to knock it off, right? So let it roll.
Shut the hell up.
Exactly. Let it roll. And those people will have to listen to Chuck and Hank and shut the hell up. Go for it. Go for it, Ashley Moody. You have the full approval of me.
By the way, Westminster is almost in Georgia. It's like west of us, according to maps.
Dude, we're almost in Georgia.
Yeah, but it's it's further than us. So
I mean, I'm all in. I'm all in.
It doesn't look it looks like it could be like on the way to Atlanta. So maybe you've driven through it.
There's a shop online for the SC Bigfoot Festival. They call it Sasquarelina.
Nice.
I don't hate it.
Do they have t-shirts?
Yeah,
Ooh.
they do.
No, I mean, it says Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
On the front, it says SC Bigfoot Festival. And on the back, it has a logo of, I guess, like the lower Blue Ridge with a hiker on top that says Sasquarelina. Oh, the 2022 photo gallery. So I get the impression, all right? I get the impression that this is less a gathering of real Bigfoot hunters and more just, hey, fun excuse to throw a street fest. In which case, I'm still all in
I was gonna
because
say,
street festivals
yeah.
are amazing.
Some Bigfoot
Amazing.
Themed foods, stuff like that. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. I mean, a street fest is always going to be a winner chicken dinner, but it does also appear that there are at least a handful of weirdos who go looking for Sasquatch for funsies.
So we still should go buy our miner helmets and other instruments to be prepared for the hunt.
I'm full cosplaying as a believer.
I've always wanted a miner helmet. So I mean, with the light on top of it, it might be useful where I live.
I was gonna say where you live, you can just get one. All right. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in the next hour, we got your water cooler cheat sheet at 7 o'clock. At 7:20, we'll take a look at a couple more college football stories, including, we talked about yesterday, well, we're going to 12-team playoff. This will never happen again. I got it thinking, what could happen? So we went with the pros and cons list of a 12-team playoff. I want to hit you with some pros and cons of a 12-team playoff. At 8 o'clock, actually, at 8:15, we're going to run through your NFL power rankings. I will put your NFL teams in order, bottom to top, and tell you who's contenders and who's pretenders. That's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. Before we get to any of that, however, allow me to utilize the absolute weapon of sensuality that is Lonzo for this Sports Flash.
Good to be recognized for your sexy. The most consistent player in the NBA has done it again. The Warriors' Draymond Green was ejected for a flagrant 2 foul in a 119-116 loss to the Phoenix Suns last night. With 8:23 left in the third, Green and Yusuf Nurkic tied up. Green eventually spun around and caught Nurkic in the side of the head with a spinning fist. That's Green's third ejection this year, tied for his most all time. After arguing a call with officials last night and dropping an obscenity, potty mouth Denver Nuggets star Nikola Jokic was ejected with 1:08 remaining in the first half. Jokic and head coach Michael Malone both disputed the call. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tomorrow night at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Tulane right here on the Fan Upstate. I done said Tulane. Come on down to Tulane. Said no one who actually goes to Tulane. You know, eventually, when you keep pushing all the buttons, you're going to push the right one. Hopefully.
All right. So Steven asked Gladiator, Braveheart, The Patriot, 300. You picked 4 really good movies. I would say specifically, I've always loved The Patriot, but specifically since I moved here and found out that a lot of what happened in The Patriot is very loosely based on a number of battles that took place around South Carolina.
Did you notice like almost all the main characters in all those movies you picked died?
Russell Crowe did. Mel Gibson did. Mel Gibson did not die in The Patriot. Leonidas did in 300. I would go.
So because
that's tough, dude.
As I said, because of all that, I'm just going to go with The Patriot. All those movies are great. Any of those movies come on, I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, 100%. They are all on the list with Tombstone of if I'm flipping channels and it's on, I'm watching that movie.
And I think The Patriot is the shortest of those movies, possibly. I could be wrong. I can't remember how long.
Patriot was a long movie.
Was it?
So was Braveheart, though.
Maybe 300
I think
was short.
300 is probably the shortest. 300 was good.
It really was. Yeah.
I really like 300. I love Gladiator.
Except for that punk who messed over Leonidas' wife. But yeah.
I am not your queen. You will not enjoy this. This will not end quickly.
Yeah, saw that, James. Of course Corbin's going to post that. I mean, you would too. Then like the next night or a couple of nights later, he was posting pictures with MJF. So. Oh, that was a perfect. Someone put Ultimate Warrior hitting Mr. Perfect, and it looks exactly like the same. I got to see side by side. Although Ultimate Warrior's punch is a lot more stiff.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is our numero dos right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass on the ones and twos today. You want to be a part of the radio program? Now's a wonderful time to do it. 844-326-3663 is the number.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty.
71307. That's the carpros.com text line 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. Can get at us on the Twitter /X at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, or everybody at the station at The Fan Upstate. You can also get us on our Facebook page at facebook.com/The Fan Upstate. And if you are not currently engaged in our live stream, now's a very good time to get there. Facebook.com/The Fan Upstate, Twitter.com/The Fan Upstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, or The Rob Brown Show on Twitch. All of those ways for you to get involved with the stream, where Lonzo and I will interact with you during breaks, have conversations off the air that we don't ordinarily have on it, et cetera, et cetera. Like, for instance, during the break, when Steven asked us, of the 4 movies he listed, which is our favorite, Gladiator, Braveheart, The Patriot, or 300. And I will tell you that that is a hell of a list of movies.
America.
A hell of a list of movies. Now, controversial take of those 4, I'm going with The Patriot. I know that for most of you, that is going to be towards the bottom of the list, but it is not for me. The Patriot's at the top. I will tell you that probably 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been checking in at 3, I would think. But since I moved here and I learned that a lot of the very heavily dramatized battles that took place in those movies were based loosely around battles that happened around the upstate of South Carolina, it is heavily skyrocketed up the power rankings, at least of those 4 movies.
And it had Heath Ledger in it.
It did have Heath Ledger in it. It had Mel Gibson. It had Heath Ledger. It had that one guy that makes a fantastic bad guy in every movie that he's in, Agent Smith, whose name I couldn't tell you for $1 million right now. But
yeah, normally I would be able to spout that off, but
he is just like that dude.
I want to
can't
say
not play a bad guy.
Viggo Mortensen, but that's
No,
not.
that's not Viggo.
That's Aragon.
Yeah,
yeah. Or
bad
Gore,
guy from The Patriot. Don't worry, I got it.
Hugh. Tack on it.
Hang on, I'm getting it.
There's also Red Skull. Was also
Yeah, that guy can't not be a bad guy. Jason Isaacs.
No.
No.
That's-
Yes.
Well, then you're
Yes,
thinking of a
Jason
different
Isaacs.
guy. It's not that guy.
Oh, because
Hugo
Hugo
Weaving. That's I just remember Hugo
yeah.
Weaving is who you said.
Yeah.
That's Agent Smith. Hugo Weaving is.
He plays Colonel William Tavington
Ah,
in The Patriot, which was a caricature of, oh gosh, now I'm blanking on the guy's name. I literally just finished a book about cowpens where, anyway, whatever, you get the point. Who cares? Point is, The Patriot's a great movie. And a lot of it was an amalgamation of battles that took place in South Carolina. And I think that's cool. Water cooler cheat sheet time. What were you going to say?
I was going to
Now I
say
have to know.
Braveheart just makes me think of Drew McIntyre, and I just no one likes a tweener.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
Poof.
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Bannister Tarleton. That was the British commander that Tavington
What a
based on.
name!
Bannister Tarleton, Dragoon commander.
Ooh,
You ever heard of the Waxhaws? He was the one who was in charge of that battle as well. And then he got his kicked at Cowpens. By
Yeah.
Daniel Morgan.
yeah.
The Rob Brown Show, sports and history. Water cooler cheat sheet, 3 things you need to know before you clock in at work and start talking sports with your coworkers while you avoid that one thing that you're supposed to be doing today. We start with item number 1. We won't go heavy in depth here because, well, frankly, we have already discussed it at length. But the Attorney General of the state of Florida, Ashley Moody, has said that she will be launching an in-depth investigation into the College Football Playoff Selection Committee's decision to leave the Florida State University Seminoles football program out of the college football Final Four. She said that she is concerned that it may have violated antitrust and anti-competitive laws in place, both statewide and federally. I think this is a political stunt and nothing more. I think that with Ron DeSantis making a run at the presidency, with there being, I think, a very, 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 very long set of odds that he wins the Republican Party's nomination, but a small chance nonetheless that Ashley Moody is setting herself up just in case the governor's mansion becomes vacant to be the Republican pick to slide into the highest position in the Sunshine State. However, she has my full support. Go bananas. Have fun. Do what you got to do. Let's see what happens. Should be interesting. Do I think they're going to find anything? No. Is there a chance they find something? An astronomically small chance, but a chance nonetheless. Go bananas. Have fun. Have fun, Ashley. Let us know what you find. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that as we get further down the line. Let's get to item number 2. You know, I don't know that a guy losing a job is very frequently going to be a water cooler cheat sheet item. But I think when an icon doesn't step down, but is removed, I do think it is a story. Yesterday, we found out that NBC is reportedly parting ways with legendary broadcaster Al Michaels ahead of the NFL playoffs. The New York Post reported the news yesterday, said that the 79-year-old Al Michaels was unaware that his role was in jeopardy. Michaels reportedly said he believed that he was still going to call postseason contests on NBC and said, quote, "It's in my deal. Where are you hearing that from? That's part of my deal. Are you hearing something that I'm not hearing?" Well, apparently the answer to that was yes. He lost his Sunday role to Mike Tirico back in 2022. NBC gave Michaels an emeritus title after replacing him, allowing him to contribute to the network's playoff coverage. The title change came as a result of his strife with NBC's top executives, according to the New York Post. Michaels and analyst Tony Dungy were on the call for the Jaguars' comeback win over the Chargers this past January. Michaels dismissed criticism that he and Dungy were, quote, low energy, end quote, during the game as, and I quote, internet compost, end quote. Of course, Al Michaels has rolled over to the Thursday Night Football broadcast on Amazon alongside Kirk Herbstreit, who we'll be talking about coming up later on in the show for a variety of reasons. Anyway, Michaels got rolled to Amazon. He is making quite a bit of money, but the belief was that he would work for both networks in that spot. Instead, he will only work on Amazon, as when NBC rolls out 2 broadcasting teams, Tirico and Chris Collinsworth will work games. The other crew, Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge. Eagle will also be featured on Nickelodeon's SpongeBob SquarePants telecast of the Super Bowl. This is, of course, as far as the NFL goes, the end of a storied run, as no one has called more Super Bowls on television than Al Michaels. Michaels and Pat Summerall are tied with 11 assignments to the NFL's biggest game. It will be that number that Al Michaels ends on, and I am going to say that much to the disappointment of some people, this is absolutely the correct decision, okay? It's the right call. I watch every Thursday night football game because I am a masochist, because I hate myself. And so I subject myself to TNF on your behalf, America. And I can tell you that as legendary as he is, as phenomenal as he was in his highlights, Al Michaels ain't got it anymore. He just don't got it anymore. Al Michaels is constantly blowing names. He's constantly losing the football. He's constantly calling things the wrong things. And he is constantly having to be guided back to the game by Kirk Herbstreit. I love Al Michaels and the history that this guy has. I would tell young broadcasters, go listen to an early Al Michaels for what I think is one of the best ways to call sports, not football, sports in general. We all will never forget some of Al's iconic calls, but my guy is 79 and the game has passed him by. It's unfortunate. I always like to see people go out on top. I get why he wouldn't, because if they sign me to the same contract that Amazon signed me to, I will go ahead and commit today to working to 100 for that amount of money, okay? I will keep myself alive somehow until 100 for that amount of money, but at the end of the day, Al's been pretty bad for a couple of years now. He just has been. I don't like it. It makes me feel gross to say it. I don't like to say it. I don't want to say it. But Al's cooked. He's done. And the Thursday night football games are pretty obvious evidence of that.
He was all right. I mean, he was never the guy for me. So, I mean, as far as that goes, if he's on the calls, like, yeah, it's all right.
Again, in his prime, I thought it was great. I thought it was kind of walking the line between high energy and big moments, but also letting the game breathe.
See, I've
That's
always thought, as far as Al Michaels goes, it's about the guys around him. It's never been about him. I mean, he may enhance those guys, but the guys who are with him are usually the stars.
I don't disagree, but I would also say there is an art to that, right? You know what he is? He's David Spade. David Spade. Always good, but David Spade's not the same without Chris Farley, without Norm Macdonald, without all these other guys that surrounded him. But you've got to have that guy to be a foil towards the extravagance of these other cats. There's an art to that, to be in that guy, to be in that second guy, to be in the I don't know, the Martin Short to Steve Martin. There's an art to being that guy, of doing enough to be the foil, but not doing too much and overshadowing the star. And I think if you can find that balance, like Al Michaels did, you stick around for a long time. And I thought he did. Item number 3. The NBA's in-season tournament championship was handed to the Los Angeles Lakers this past weekend.
Handed to. He said handed to. Did you do that on purpose?
I did not. The Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Indiana Pacers on Saturday night and earned, via merit and nothing else, the NBA's in-season cup this past Saturday.
LeBron won the LeBron, and now LeBron's going to hang the LeBron banner. LeBron.
And according to Lonzo and Cody Decker and a lot of other people that I know, nobody cared. It was just another game. Except for the championship game on Saturday night was the most watched non-Christmas regular season game in the NBA in over 6 years.
This may have nothing to do with it, but college football had just ended. There were no other sports. I mean, there are a lot of things that could factor into that.
Mm-hmm. And that has been the case for every game in this time slot for the past 7 years, and this beat all of them. The only NBA games in the regular season that had more attendance, more viewership, were games that took place on Christmas Day. Games that the NBA hypes literally a year in advance. Like on Christmas Day, we'll have games, and then they'll go, next year on this date, make sure you join us back here for, and they fill in the stars.
Speaking of which, who's LA playing this Christmas?
It's a great question. I actually have not looked at the.
It's usually like Golden State or somebody that's a rival for LeBron. They want to maximize their star power on that
Christmas Day. We are getting Bucks Knicks at noon, Warriors Nuggets at 2:30, Celtics Lakers at 5. Going classic rivalry. I don't hate it.
There you go.
76ers Heat at 8, and Mavericks Suns at 10:30.
It's a lot of games on Christmas.
5 of them. I don't hate it. The NBA hypes the hell out of their Christmas Day games. And why not? They're the only thing happening. They're the only game in town. You should hype. That should be a great day. On top of that, if you're a sports fan and there's nothing else happening and you're trapped in your house with your family, pop the game on, watch, and enjoy.
trapped is a horrible word because Rob is going home and is going to have some fun times with all of his family.
Yes, but I'm very fortunate. I'm very
Okay.
fortunate.
All right.
I know a lot of people absolutely are trapped with their family.
Going to go hang out with Lou. I mean,
Oh, we're gonna have a ball.
on Christmas, that's the best. That's the best. I'm
It's gonna be the best. Can't wait.
Looking forward to hanging out with my granddaughter on
But I also
Christmas.
know
Yeah.
we are fortunate in liking our family. Not everybody does. So that game averaged on ABC and ESPN2 4.58 million viewers. The game peaked at about 5.68 million viewers. It was up 46% from last year's season opener. The normal broadcast of the game was on ABC. An alternate broadcast with Kevin Hart aired on ESPN2. The alternate broadcast accounted for about 10% of the total audience. So while you can all tell me nobody cares about the in-season cup, Rob, according to the number, they do.
Although I'd be curious if you didn't have that banner, would it just have been watched as much just because it was on and nothing else was on?
If you didn't have that banner,
If they were not fighting for some mythical in-season cup and it was just a regular,
mythical, it's literally
yeah,
there.
Well, it's
They literally handed it literally to LeBron.
okay. All right.
I don't understand.
All
what
right.
you
I
mean.
guess it's not mythical. I guess it's big beyond life. I don't know. I'm just saying, let's see how it does next year. It's a very small sample size.
Oh, for sure. For sure. But a sample size of one.
A lot of people want to tune in for the inaugural whatever.
Sure.
That was the first one and I got to see it.
Sure.
Okay.
100% agree. But also, a lot of people told me nobody cares and nobody's going to tune in. It's just going to be another game. And it was not.
All right.
It was not just another game.
People that matter didn't watch.
There it is. There it is. Lonzo don't like it. Ergo, nobody likes
Well,
it.
you said Cody Decker didn't like. I mean, so you're surrounded by people who didn't like it, according to you. I just,
No, there's two of y'all.
yeah, and
Mario and I both loved it. That's 2-2. It was great.
Mhm. So that's why Mario was on the show because I guess like minds and that kind of thing. But then you're surrounded by good hair that you used to have, but then you.
We're
Cut it
going
off.
to a break. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the glass. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we're supposed to play Overreaction or Make Sense. But I just realized I didn't gather any this week. So,
Is that kind of like the TMF thing that we didn't
TMFINR,
do yesterday?
just like that.
It's because Rob's already on vacation. He's acting like he's not, but you're a couple days away from vacation. You're mailing it in. That's what you're doing.
I am not. I never mail it in.
To a degree.
Not at all.
You forget about segments because you're thinking about what you're going to be doing next week.
You know what the truth is? The truth is college football has ended, and I'm having to teach myself how to structure a show with no college football games to break.
All right,
down.
so I gave you an out, and gave them a reason why you were doing that, a legitimate reason.
I don't lie
and
to
you-
people.
Yeah, it's not a lie.
I don't lie
You're
to
not thinking
people.
about vacation?
No, I got shows to do.
Uh-huh.
I'm a better person than that.
Mm-hmm.
Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, one more live reading coming right back. Don't go anywhere. when I like to play a little game where we take some of the hot sports takes that have been collected off of this show and off of social media over the past week and decide whether they are complete and total overreactions or if they make sense in a game that I have cleverly entitled Overreaction or Make Sense.
I think you're overreacting.
Let's all calm down.
This is a huge deal.
I think you're overreacting a little bit.
I am not overreacting. Remain calm, everyone.
This is a big deal.
That's no reaction.
Everybody calm down. Look how calm I am.
That was an overreaction.
Look, let's all just calm down.
This is not a big deal.
All right, time to ask Rob if it's an overreaction or if it makes sense. The first one I'm skipping for now, just to let you know that. The Dolphins, also known as the Dolphins, because Dolphins are probably some sort of drug that you can get on the corner. I don't suggest that you do that. The Dolphins are pretenders.
Oh, wait, I forgot I had buttons to push there. No, I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. You know, it's one thing to collapse. It's another thing to have a 2-touchdown lead with like 2.5 minutes left to play in a football game and lose. It's another thing to have a 2-touchdown lead with like 2.5 minutes left to play in a football game and lose to a team that was 0-6 on the road at home. You can't do that. That is not the mark of a champion. It's like as soon as a thing went right for the Titans on Monday Night Football, just a thing went right for Tennessee, the Dolphins collapsed. And at this point, considering some of the losses that they have, now all of their losses before this one were to good teams. They were to Philly. They were to Kansas City. They were to good teams. The fact that you lost a bad game, and not only lost a bad game, but basically had one of the most embarrassing losses in recent memory in the NFL, tells me you're not headstrong enough to get it done when all of the, pardon all the cliches, chips are down in the NFL playoffs. The Dolphins are absolutely pretenders. That makes sense.
All right, the next one. Anything Calabash is good.
I don't
You've never had Calabash.
I don't know what Calabash is.
I knew it was a risk there. But
Calabash?
Yeah, like Calabash chicken, Calabash.
An evergreen tropical American tree which bears fruit
No,
in the
no,
form of
no.
large woody gourds.
No, it's a spice, dude. It's a spice.
Which seems like it is made out of
I don't know that it is. I don't know that. We'll just move on because you didn't know what it was.
calabashes. Yeah. So calabashes are the fruit of a calabash tree, which I'm assuming they likely dehydrate.
All right, text
and
line
grind down.
71307. Have you ever had Calabash, like Calabash chicken or Calabash fish? You ever had Calabash before?
Calabash is Africa's indigenous variety of nutmeg. You might also know it as African or Jamaican nutmeg or ihuru. The fruits are collected
why
from
don't you
wild trees.
put chicken after Calabash? If you just do that,
Because because that's chicken spiced by Calabash. You said Calabash, which is this,
I am talking about the seasoning Calabash.
which is made from
Calabash. I don't know that it is. That's why I'm saying that you should look up the seasoning because it may not be made by that. All right, let's just move on. So I hit one that Rob didn't know, and I apologize. The next one, let's get to that he wrote, so he probably knows what it is. With the number of college transfers, schools will stop recruiting blue chip quarterbacks out of high school.
All right, so Calabash. What is the taste of it? Like, what does Calabash taste like? Does it taste like other spices that I could like familiarize myself
I
with?
believe it has a little bit of a kick to it, if I recall. I've had Calabash, a bunch of different Calabash stuff.
Okay. Where can I get Calabash chicken?
Look it up and it'll show up. I have to keep the screen up. That's the reason why I'm.
Wait, hang on, I forgot. Okay, no. Colleges are not going to stop recruiting blue chip quarterbacks out of high school. I heard this conversation taking place yesterday on a very well-known and popular college football podcast. They said, hey, look, you look at the number of guys that are in the portal right now. You're looking at Cam Ward. You're looking at DJ Uiagalelei. You're looking at all these guys who have service time, man. They like they're vets. They've done it. They've been there. They've succeeded to some degree. Riley Leonard, who just left Duke after a year, is going to Notre Dame. Max Johnson, who got some time at A&M. These are all guys who have service time in big-time conferences. Why would you go grab a blue chipper? And the answer is because you know that they are going to not just develop, but develop with an affinity for your school. I think it is less about recruiting blue chip guys out of high school and developing them. And I think it's more about developing guys and giving them a reason to be true to your school, just like you would to your girl. It's Beach Boys, right? It's got to be the Beach. Who the hell else would that be?
Yeah, it could have been Jan and Dean. I don't know.
Anyway, point is, I think that a lot of this has to do with guys who are growing up, like Riley Leonard leaving Duke. I don't think Riley Leonard left Duke because Riley Leonard was like, oh, I'm not getting my just desserts out of this squad. I think Riley Leonard left Duke because the guy who brought him there, Mike Elko, isn't there anymore. And he saw the success that Sam Hartman had, at least statistically, at Notre Dame. He saw the folks at Notre Dame treating Sam Hartman like an absolute folk hero there in South Bend, Indiana. And he said, that seems nice. I'd like to do that. They are still going to recruit the best guys in the country out of high school to come play ball there. I just don't think they like understanding that now they have to earn that loyalty.
All right, it was Beach Boys, by the way. And next one, Draymond Green will be in the NBA Hall of Fame.
Ooh. I'm going to say he has an argument. And I'm going to say that his on-court behavior will be a part of his legacy, but it will be a part of his legacy, not his legacy, right? I think it is always going to be a discussion that Draymond Green is an absolute and entire lunatic. And
yeah, because a lunatic is someone that's into the moon.
Well, like,
yeah,
lunatic comes from Luna, which means moon. Because of
I get it. Yeah.
So he's always going to be discussed as a guy who had, let's be kind and say, stability issues mentally. But I do think there is a caveat.
He just has an anger problem. Is that a mental problem? An anger problem? I think that's an emotional problem.
Yes, I would say that's all lockstep with each other. I will say that I do think that in order to guarantee this, I think the Dubs probably need one more. I think they probably need one more chip. And unfortunately for him and maybe Steph, I don't think this current iteration of Golden State's going to get it done. I think they've lost the step.
All right. The next one, overreaction or makes sense. The majority of America has gotten over the Florida State thing.
I am going to say that is an overreaction. Here's what I think. What I think is that if you are either A, directly associated, or B, one step away. I'm going to say one step away. I mean, if you are a player in the group of five, you're not over this because it's a direct threat to you. I think if you're a member of the Atlantic Coast Conference, you're still upset about this because you're just a step away, right? Tell me that had the same scenario happen with Clemson and Cade Klubnik goes down in the second to last game of the year and Clemson ended up taking the bump, you wouldn't be furious, right? And remember, they have acknowledged now that the only reason Florida State got bumped is because in their opinion, they could not have competed. Maybe they're not right. Maybe they are right. There's the unfortunate part is there's no way to know. I think a lot of people are still frustrated by it. But as you pointed out when we talked about this in the first hour, even if tomorrow Ashley Moody and the state of Florida find an email directly from Bob Iger to the committee that says, hey, look, we really want Bama in there, so make sure that happens, please, and thank you. As you said earlier in the show, what's going to change? What are they going to do about it? And the answer is not a damn thing. And it is very easy, I think, to get to a point where you look at the world, and I'm not saying this is a good standpoint. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it kind of is what it is. I think it's very easy for us to get to a point where we look at the world or some element of it and go, well, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'm not going to waste my breath. More importantly, I think that it is disappointing we live in a world that some people end up with a genuine passion for fixing a problem, like a solution to an issue that matters to them. And more often than not, the rest of the world looks at them and goes, nobody cares but you, dude. Shut up. Right? Like Lonzo did to me earlier in the show. Right? Nobody cares about this but you. Shut up. And we take passion away from people because we don't agree with their passion. Do I think people are still upset about this? Yes. Do I think this is going to be discussed for decades to come? Absolutely, I do. But I also agree that we have a realization that even if tomorrow we found out that ESPN or ABC or Fox or whoever else absolutely did have a direct impact on the playoff four, the reality is they're not going to reassign them. They're not going to reselect. They're not going to go, our bad, Bama, you go to the Orange Bowl. Florida State's in now. They're just going to go, yep, some people were corrupt. They screwed the pooch, but it's December 13th. Those games are 17 days away. Sorry, deal with it.
I think that I got to give me a cuckoo clock sound. I think it will still be effective. I don't know about it in 2024. We'll see. All right. Do overreaction make sense due to the recent rash of quarterback injuries in the NFL? The NFL will change defensive rules to protect the quarterback even further.
I won't say that they won't talk about it, discuss it, maybe even try. My question is, what else are you going to add without fundamentally changing the game? I think that you can talk about the quarterback protections that have been put in place as of late. Low hits, bringing your arm across the helmet is now roughing the passer for an illegal shot to the head.
Can't put your full body weight on it
land
when you're sacking.
on top.
Yeah.
You have to roll off, whatever. I think all of these things and I will agree that a lot of them are soft, right? Like even, and I think something even Lonzo will agree with. Tom Brady a week or two was talking about this. And he said, there were throws that I was making at the end of my career that I would not have made at the beginning of my career. Because at the end of my career, I realized that if I make this throw where I'm under pressure and I get hit, I'm going to get a flag. And on the flip side, I know that the way that guys can hit wide receivers now, it makes it easier to fit balls in windows. Where back in the day, if somebody punched me in the head, it wasn't going to be a flag. So I had to get the ball out sooner, or I just had to go down with it. And I couldn't hang my wide receivers out to dry as much because if they got racked, and that was the end of it. However, even if you dislike these rules, I think that you do have to acknowledge that at their core, the game itself has not fundamentally changed. The way you play it has changed, but the game itself has not changed. I don't know what else you can do to protect quarterbacks without fundamentally changing the game of football. And that is the one thing that the NFL does not want to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most I ever recall. And I don't know how they can fix it.
Yeah, I think with
Herbert just went down too.
Yeah,
and
Herbert's
so,
out for the season with a fractured finger. But again, at the same time, this is kind of one of those spots where I go, what are you going to do? It's a fractured finger. I've fractured 10 fingers so far in my life. It turns out I've never played quarterback. Like, what are you going to do? That's just part of the game of any physical activity. I think with Nick Mullins, who is going to be replacing the Pastronaut as the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings this weekend, if I recall correctly, I want to say this is starting quarterback number 55 across the NFL this year. You do have to keep in mind how many of those are bad quarterbacks having bad years who got replaced.
Do you count Josh Dobbs starting for several different teams in the same season?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't
know if he's included in that stat.
Because it's the same dude, but he's just on different.
But even if that's the case, that means you drop from 55 to 54. It's still a hefty number. All right, that's overreaction or makes sense. I want your response to those. Texture said Calabash is an area of the North Carolina coast, and it's just fried stuff. Texture said, Rob, at the fish camp a lot, it's a breading that you put on food. Texture says Calabash chicken is the bee's knees. Texture says, I think Calabash is named after a town in North Carolina, and that's the style of fried food. Texture says Calabash chicken is good, but I didn't notice any major difference. And once again, the text line lights up on a food take. I love you guys so much. I do. We wrap up hour number 2 next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, another live reading. We're coming back. Don't go anywhere. right, we're back, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Go to any clock and you can get Calabash chicken. It's better than ketchup on steak. It should be. It's ketchup on steak.
It's baiting you because you are, you get angry about
That
things.
bird flying over the building.
Oh yeah, it's a big bird. I see it.
All right, putting a bow on hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the Groat and Lonzo here on the ones and twos as well. Be a part of the radio broadcast now at 844-326-3663. Text us on thecarpros.com, 71307. That's the text line, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. There was a very interesting tweet that went out a couple of days ago, attached to an account that has now been deleted. That account belonged to, at the time, the wife of Panthers offensive coordinator Thomas Brown. There was a tweet from an account called CLT Sports Fan that said, if we're keeping it a buck, Thomas Brown should be fired tomorrow. And a tweet from a now deleted account called @ByJessicaBrown, purported to belong to the wife of Thomas Brown, Jessica Brown.
No way. Because how could Jessica, anyway.
It said, and I quote, we are fired. We just have to stay behind because someone has to call plays. If you guys know someone else to do it the next 4 weeks, give Tepper a holler, laughing emoji, as if this is fun for us, blank stare emoji. So, Thomas Brown's wife put out a tweet that said, we are fired. We just have to stay behind because someone has to call the plays. If you guys know someone else to do it the next 4 weeks, give Tepper a holler. First off, if any of you know Tep's phone number, please let him know Lonzo's available. Okay? Lonzo will take over the OC role for the next 4 weeks. No problem.
Wow. So I know we're not getting along today, like we normally, but you really just want. If you want me to
I
have a
just
bump
want
up
you
in
to do it
pay,
because
yeah.
it would be 3.5 yards in a cloud of dust and nothing else
so now,
for 4 weeks.
Now we're cracking on Big Ten. Although that's exactly what it should be, and we both agree.
I like how you're like, how are you going to make fun of me for saying the thing that I would absolutely do?
And a hand off to Chuba, and a hand off to Sanders, and a hand off to Chuba, and a hand off to Sanders, and a hand off to Chuba. Wow.
If it works, it works. Look, I've said a number of times. Here's the reality. Tep's got to clean slate protocol this team. Remember the end of, Iron Man 3, where he made all the suits, and then at the end he has them all blow up to kind of, and he calls it the blank slate protocol. That's it.
So I've been on a station before that we knew was being flipped. So we knew we were being fired. I've also worked at places where they were going out of business and you knew you were being fired. So this is not unusual, but I'm sure these guys have been informed, hey, we will no longer need your services at the end of the season.
Sure. 100%.
And they're not allowed to talk about it, I guess, because maybe you don't get paid if you talk about it.
I mean, again, what are they going to do? Fire the guy? Right? Like if he is already fired, as Jessica Brown has said that they are, now, like in radio, like he's still going to do the job. Because in radio, if we found out the format was being flipped and we were all going to be let go, it's not like I'm going to come in here the next day and start going, because it will be my last radio job. Thank you for evening us up on the day.
You're welcome. Although I've seen that happen when shows have been canceled, and
sure,
I've had to call the program director and go, hey, they're it's like yank them. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. There was a lady who went, I want to say down in either Mobile or Birmingham, back in the very early radio days of mine, who had a very popular show, and they let her go, except for when the PD and the boss were sending emails back and forth about, we're going to let her go today after her show. We need to start working on a replacement. One of those dummies accidentally included her on the email. And after it was over, and she went on an absolute tirade on the air before engineering could get in there, unlock the door, and take her off, right? And the thing is, that lady was never getting another job in radio, right? It was never going to happen. She's never going to get another job. Thomas Brown's obviously going to want another job. So for him to finish out this season and do what he can do down the stretch is the right decision. All I'm going to say is this. I don't revel in other people losing their jobs unless they truly deserve it, Draymond Green. I don't revel in other people.
Yeah, there have been some people I was just like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's about time.
Now, I agree. It's
And you
the
hope no
same-
one ever says that about you.
Saying you shouldn't revel in someone losing their job is the same as saying you shouldn't disrespect dead people. I will if they deserve it. If they were a bad person, being dead doesn't absolve you of that. If you were bad at your job, being out of that job does not absolve you of when you were in that job and being bad at it. Now, here's what I'm going to say.
Wait a minute. People who do bad jobs get fired? That works that
All
way?
the time.
Really? Okay.
I am not going to sit here and tell you that Thomas Brown is a bad offensive coordinator. I don't know.
Dude, I don't know. Unless he's been given a mandate, here's what you do it this way until he's not good.
You don't know that. And
Oh.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Because
He is working with a team that's not good.
that is absolutely fair. I would make the argument that I'm going to use the word no. I probably should use the word believe. We believe, we being I, of course, and a lot of y'all.
We all know he's the royal we. So we get that.
We believe that Dave Tepper meddles with the team. And I'm talking down to play calls,
All right.
Right.
I don't think there's anyone out there who doesn't,
doesn't
believe
believe
that.
that.
Yeah. So
which is
you-
why I initially led
your
with
we is correct for sure.
initially led with we know that. But I'll say believe. But I think we know.
You can at least say we collectively on the fan upstate all believe that.
Yes.
All four of us.
We believe that David Tepper meddles with this team down to play calling. We also do know that the style of offense that Frank Reich has historically run and the style of offense that we believe that Thomas Brown will run when he gets full control of a squad are fundamentally different styles of offense that were hodgepodge together in the name of having an all-star coaching staff. And so when you got the head coach over here who wants to run old school traditional NFL offense and coach over here who wants to open it up Sean McVay style with a lot of runs and a lot of quick hits and a balanced offense, and those two things bounce off of each other, right? Then nobody wins. It's the play calling version of if you have two quarterbacks, you have none. It's the play calling version of that. And so because of that, I'm not going to say Thomas Brown's bad at his job. I'm also not going to say that I know he's good at it. What I am going to say is this. I do believe that there are two things that need to happen. There are three things that need to happen. Number one is a roster rebuild. It's not going to be easy. In fact, it's going to be tough. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be disappointing, but it needs to happen. Number two, clean slate protocol. Entire office, entire coaching staff's got to go. Number three, Tepper has to get the hell out of the way. Go run the business side, man. Go maximize profits. Go speculate on where the new HQ can be. Go do all of the things that a business owner should do and let the football dudes do football things. The fourth thing that needs to happen right now is a sports flash.
All right, I acknowledge that was well done. Transfer portal players are beginning to find new homes. Ex-Miami quarterback Tyler Van Dyke will play for the Wisconsin Badgers, while former Duke signal caller Riley Leonard will suit up for Notre Dame. Dylan Gabriel leaves Oklahoma for Oregon, and Georgia quarterback Brock Vandagriff heads to Kentucky. Former Clemson and Oregon State leader DJ Uiagalelei will visit Florida State in the next few days. Speaking of Florida State, Florida AG Ashley Moody announced yesterday she is launching an investigation in the College Football Playoff Selection Committee over their decision to leave Florida State out of the playoffs. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tomorrow night at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Tulane right here on your home for Furman basketball, The Fan, Upstate. Tulane, I don't know. I can't say Tulane without, well, I said it there. It just sounds really Southern when I try to say it on the air. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just, you know. There should be no accents in radio unless you're on a country station. It's perfectly acceptable on a country station. Smith and James in the first break.
Smith and James in the first break. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back. I am Rob Brown. The great Alonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass.
Oh, wow.
Should you wish to be a part of the radio broadcast, now's a fantastic time to do it at the Fan Upstate on Twitter, at the Rob Brown Show on Twitter, at Lonzo on Word on Twitter, on the CarPros.com text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. Get at us on the phone line, though. We want you on the air at 844-326-3663. Take a break from work. Call the show. Let us know what you're thinking about, man. We have been bouncing all over the place so far this AM portion of the day, and we'll continue to do so. You heard during Lonzo's absolutely spectacularly well done sports flash there that Tallahassee, Florida will be having a visitor sometime in the next few days, as former Clemson Tiger turned former Oregon State Beaver quarterback DJ Uiagalelei is headed down to a visit with Mike Norvell and the Noles. I find that interesting. I look at what he did at Oregon State. I got asked, Rob, why would he transfer again? The answer is that his entire coaching staff that brought him to Oregon State as a transfer all are gone. They are all on their way to Michigan State to take over the Sparty football program over in the Big Ten, leaving behind, and I think intelligently so, the Pac-2 plus Mountain West Conference. I'm intrigued by that move. I'm intrigued to see DJ Uiagalelei back in the ACC. I'm intrigued to see him in an offense that I think allows him to play the style of ball that best suits him. That is to say, a bigger, thicker Jordan Travis, right? An offense that says, I want you to freestyle a little bit. I want you to kind of make it up a little bit, like Jordan Travis did and was very successful at it. So I'm intrigued by that decision for DJ Uiagalelei to come talk to Mike Norvell and the Noles of Florida State. We'll find out what comes of that, if anything. During overreaction, actually, no, I want to get to this. You know what? I'm gonna change the rundown a little bit, and I'm gonna get to this instead. Peter King covers the National Football League for NBC Sports. Peter King is one of the most respected NFL writers in the game right now. He does a column called the Monday Morning Quarterback, where he takes a look back at the most recent Week 0 news in the world of the National Football League. I read it regularly. He also writes a column called Football Morning in America. That is a piece that I've paid great attention to over the years. Peter King has got respect in the game. Peter King decided to do a little review and give his opinion on that article that came out a couple of weeks ago in The Athletic. If you have not read this thing yet or seen this thing yet, it's worth taking a few minutes to go hunt it down and to do so. The article was scathing, to say the least. It talked about a culture of toxicity within the Carolina Panthers. It talked about quite a bit of frustration with David Tepper and the fact that Tep refuses to get up out the way and allow the team to be the team. Peter King wrote this in his Football Morning in America column. It says, Lonzo, and I quote, I think I'm assuming Joseph Person and Diana Rossini, reliable reporters, have the story nailed about there being a Hunger Games culture inside the Panthers with various coaches and employees texting and talking to the owner, David Tepper, with scuttlebutt that was negative about Frank Reich. Two thoughts. One, an owner who actively engages with multiple employees in opposition to what the head coach is doing is a big part of the problem. It's not the owner's job to encourage employees to undercut the coach. It's reprehensible that the owner would engage or encourage that. Two, that franchise is a mess. And I thought to myself, excellent take, Peter King. It's almost like you listen to this show because that's pretty much exactly what I said. But then he kept going. Then he kept writing. And he ended up with this as a send-off column for the Panthers portion of his column. He said, quote, I think there should be blinking lights to warn every coach who interviews for this Carolina head coaching job, beware. If you trust yourself and if you trust that some other trustworthy smart owner, unlike what there is in Charlotte, will want you one of these days, just walk on by. Wait. End quote.
So he's saying you're tainted goods if you go there.
I think what he's saying is you can't succeed there. You can't succeed there.
See, what I took out of it is if you go there, it's going to look bad on you because what you're saying you can't succeed. So it makes your resume go down instead of going up by saying, yeah, I worked here. You go work there, then suddenly you look like you're not very good at your job.
I would say that there is some level of truth to that. And I would also say that that is more about it would look like, not that you are, right? When he calls the
Perception, though, Rob, that's what people look at a lot.
I don't disagree. And again, I think that's kind of the point. If you trust that you will be good at that job, if you trust that you will get an opportunity that would allow you to be good at that job, stay the hell away from Carolina, because nobody can be good at that job in that situation. Nobody can succeed there when you have an owner participating in, his words, not mine, reprehensible behavior. Now, let's start with Peter King's right? As a fan, I think that's got to be the thing that's the most frustrating here, because I think it's fair that you would want to push back. I think it's fair that you would like to go after a national writer and go, hey, bro, screw you. Why don't you worry about you? Why don't you focus on writing your column? Why don't you focus on putting out content instead of stepping in and diagnosing everything that's wrong with our program? The problem is, this is a guy who spent a very long time getting that right, has been wildly successful in getting that right. There is a reason he is one of the most respected voices in NFL coverage. The second thing is push back. Push back. What did he say that I haven't told you? What did he say that other writers haven't told you? What did he say that isn't pretty much widely known and accepted fact at this point? Because I got to be real with you. I got nothing. There is nothing within those 3 paragraphs that I just read you that I'm going to go, I think maybe Peter went a step too far. There is a reason that I have been telling you for a while. Carolina is going to have a hefty challenge ahead of them in replacing the head coaching position. There is a reason that neither Thomas Brown nor Ejiro Evero ended up with the interim head coaching tag. There's a reason for that. I think the reason to start with is they probably didn't want it, because they probably didn't want this attached to them. They probably did not want to be associated with, or maybe worse, blamed for the complete and total lack of anything even close to resembling success for the Carolina Panthers. And I think that that is going to bleed over into your head coaching search. That is going to bleed over into the next steps for whoever takes this gig next, right? It is going to turn into a situation that you are going to have to make a speculative, experimental hire. You're not going to be able to, whenever the list of possible future head coaches starts coming out, because at the end of every year, we are going to end up with a spot where you're going to have a bunch of guys that get put on a list of, these are the guys that your team should consider as its next head coach. And there's going to be on that list a bunch of coordinators. There's going to be on that list a bunch of college head coaches that have been very successful. There's going to be all these guys on this list. And these guys are going to be interviewed by every NFL coaching staff that ends up open. Adam Schefter the other day said he expects somewhere between 6 and 8 NFL teams will be replacing their head coach. There's a report out of the New York Post yesterday that Bill Belichick is going to be relieved of his duties at the end of the year. I would not be shocked about that. There's a very good chance Mike Tomlin will be relieved of his duties with the Steelers at the end of the year. I would not be shocked by that at all. Shefty says Brandon Staley with the Chargers, especially now that Justin Herbert is done. Very good chance he's on the hot seat at the end of the year. Matt Eberflus with Chicago. He is what, 7-21 now as the head coach. Ron Rivera at Washington. I think he's good as gone at this point. There are going to be somewhere between, I think, 6 and 8 head coaching positions. You include Carolina, there's 6. We get a couple of surprises in there, it gets you to 7 or 8, whatever the number is. The point is, there's usually also a list of 6 or 7 guys that are interviewed by pretty much everybody. And then they have a choice as to which team they want to end up with, as much as the team has a choice with which coach they want to partner up with. If you are on that list, even if you do not accept a head coaching job this season, you're not going to come off that list. So what Peter King is saying here is, if you are on that list, if you think that you have a crack at this thing next year, don't take this Carolina job now, because you cannot succeed under David Tepper. And if you think for a second that you have got an opportunity in the future to succeed, you would be better off to just stay not a head coach and wait for the next cycle to wrap around and be anywhere else. And when you've got a guy with the weight and the credibility of a Peter King saying that this publicly in a nationally published column read by a few million people every single weekend, you're in trouble, dude.
So would you be surprised if, we've seen this on the internet quite a bit, which, you know, they're rumors, so you don't know if they're true. Would you be surprised if Greg Olson or Luke Kuechly end up being a coach?
Yes. Yes, I would be.
If everybody else turns it down, and then Tepper can say, well, look what Dion did in the beginning. Look at what Dion did. He was able to go in and coach. Why not bring in one of the guys who are beloved by all Panther fans and have them be the coach?
That would feel like, to me, I think, that would feel like not the hire that is the right hire. It would feel like an attempt at a lame ass attempt at placating fans and nothing more, right? I feel like a lame attempt at placate. It is.
Could they do worse?
I don't know. I don't know what either one of those guys is as a coach.
Again, but I mean, you can only do like one game worse, at least so far. Why not?
Could they do worse? So, once again, this leads us back down the rabbit trail of, if the only stat you look at is dubs and L's, I don't know. Because here's the thing. If they win 2 games next year, that is a 100% improvement. If they win 4 games next year, that's a 400% improvement.
Like what Dion did.
Right. And I think if you tell any program that you are going to be 400% better next year than you were this year, I think most programs would be very excited about that. But here's the thing.
Let's say you don't want to win next year. Let's say that you got your eye on a good coach, a great coach. You don't want to win next year because you know you're probably going to do what you did this year. And not only you can entice that coach with a draft pick, because with the number 1 draft pick or at least top 3, you can't do that this year because you already gave that away.
Look, I don't know what David Tepper's mentality is, right? If Tepper's looking at this and going, yeah, my stadium's going to be empty for one more season, but then I'm going to get my guy. It's an interesting choice, because I do think you're not on the verge. You are starting to see Panthers fans drift. You're starting to see them say things online like, I'd like to thank David Tepper for this team because I got a few open hours on Sundays to get stuff done now, right? The reason that those guys make that coaching list that we were just talking about is because they have done or showed something in coaching that you can go, okay, here's the reason that I bring this guy down. It's because he does excellent work with quarterbacks, or he's got this offensive philosophy that we would like to try out, or he's got this locker room mentality that we think is beneficial for the boys, or whatever. I mean, do I think Luke Kuechly knows ball defensively? Hell yeah. Guy's one of the smartest players I ever watched play. Does that mean he's going to translate to having a bunch of guys, 10 years his junior, latch on and go, this is our dear leader, we will fight to the bitter end for him? I don't have any freaking clue. Neither do you. Greg Olsen. Is Greg Olsen a guy who knows ball? Yeah. There's a reason he is so good at color commentary. There's a reason that a lot of people, and for the record, even as a Brady fan, myself, are upset that Brady is just flat out replacing him next year before he ever gets on his first broadcast. It's very frustrating because he does know ball. But that does not for a second mean that you are able to coach. Those are two different things. A coach must know ball, but you must not know how to coach in order to know ball.
I know how it sounds. I know how far-fetched it sounds. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it won't. Well, we saw Jeff Saturday, so we know it's been done. But in this case, you bring in Greg Olsen as your head coach. You bring in a Steve Smith as your receivers coach. Kuechly is your defensive coordinator. He brings in some other ex-players. What if you replace everybody with a bunch of Panthers ex-players?
Hate it. Those are all guys who know how to play. It does not mean they know how to coach. All guys who know the game, know their position. Don't know.
You can also say you don't know if they know how to coach because you just said that.
Yes, but I will take a guy who knows how to coach, and I know he knows how to coach. And there's going to be a lot of guys I know how to coach. I don't know if any of those guys know how to coach. I know that coaches know how to coach if they are in consideration for an NFL's head coaching job. I don't want to turn this, and maybe this is me. I don't want to turn this into a circus.
It already is a circus.
I don't want to make it more of a circus. I don't want to turn this into, hey, everybody, let's go watch the freak show.
Do you think Colts fans are pretty happy with their situation so far this year? I mean, in contention for playoffs and looking so much better than they were last year after the clown show last year. You bring in the clowns followed by someone who's not a clown.
But keep in mind, you brought in Jeff Saturday in season as their interim coach. He did not continue next year. If you were going to make that move, you do it 3 weeks ago when you fired Frank Reich, or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. You fire Frank Reich, and the next day you go, hey, we're going to make Matt Olson our interim coach. Greg Olsen, sorry. Yeah. Matt Olson's too busy playing first base for the Atlanta Braves. We're going to bring in Greg Olsen to be our
in your mind, Matt Olson would probably do just about as well as Greg Olsen. Yeah.
We're going to bring in Greg Olsen and Steve Smith, and we're just going to let them just hold down the fort, boys. Just get us through this season. Give us some inspiration here. Let's see how it goes. I'm not doing that to jumpstart the program next year.
I got to tell you, if they do that, I'm going to a game because I just want to see the sidelines. I just want to see what they're able to do.
That's fair. All right, we got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a moment from right now, it is time to run through your NFL power rankings. We're going to take a look at the teams from 32 down to 1. I'm going to put them in the order that I think they should be in. The bottom 5, the top 10, and why. And we'll do that when we come back. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, when we're live reading, I'm coming right back. Don't go anywhere. right, dudes, we're back. Lonzo had to step away for a few minutes. He has to go run a board for another show because we are short-staffed due to vacation and illness. So you just get me for a little while. Sorry, or you're welcome, whatever is more applicable. Wait, let's see. What mouse am I using? Man, it's a struggle over here. Get rid of that, change that to that. There we go. We still got some logos. I'm going to make y'all sick. There we go. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Lonzo had to step away for just a couple of minutes to go help out running some other stuff, the technical wizard that he is. So I'll be carrying us for the next hour or so. He may or may not be able to rejoin by the end of the show. We'll find out. In the meantime, me. You're welcome, or I'm sorry, whichever is more applicable to you and your feelings. 844-326-3663 is the number. You can text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. We will read them on the air. Let's get to your NFL power rankings. We're going to kind of combine a couple of different segments here into both our power rankings A and B, our contender or pretender segment for the teams inside of the top 10. But let us begin with the bottom five, ladies and gentlemen. And obviously, no doubt that number 32 belongs to our Carolina Panthers. The Panthers coming off of arguably the best defensive outing that they have had in some time. For the first 55 minutes on Sunday, I think Derek Carr had something like 60 yards of passing going into the fourth quarter before they popped a couple of tutties late, did the Saints to pull away. They also ran the ball pretty well, 204 rush yards. But Bryce Young, once again, an uninventive offense, allowed him zero time to flourish on Sunday against New Orleans. They stay at number 32, one spot ahead of them at number 31. I'm putting the Washington Commanders. Bum, 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 bum. It's been an ugly ride. For Washington, they trade Chase Young and Montez Sweat. Both of those guys have gone elsewhere and are putting up numbers right now. This team has underachieved even with those guys across the front. That's why Jack Del Rio is unemployed. That's why Brent Vesselmeyer is unemployed after they got blown out by the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. According to NFL Next Gen Stats, the Commanders have allowed 19 touchdowns on vertical routes this season, which may not seem like a big number. Put that into context that no other team has allowed more than 11 at this point. This team was expected to field a top half of the league defense with the potential of sneaking into the top 10 defenses overall. Instead, they are, and this is the technical term, bad. They're bad at football, and Ron Rivera will not be employed by the end of the season. Number 30, I'm putting the New England Patriots right now. The Patriots get their first win since week 7, and we all knew it would come on the shotgun of an arm that is Bailey Zappi. They got shut out back against week 5, the New Orleans Saints. Mac Jones stayed in there. He got shut out again at home. Then Bailey Zappi stepped in. He got shut out at home as well. And so it was pretty much, we thought, over. And I think it might be over for Bill Belichick. I think the hoodie's got to be done at this point. It was very interesting that the College Game Day crew was in Foxborough this past weekend. And in Foxborough this weekend, Pat McAfee had a conversation with Bob Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots. And in that conversation with Bob Kraft, Pat McAfee specifically referenced a tough decision that was going to have to be made by Bob Kraft. And while it's obviously not definite, it certainly sounded as if that decision was going to be the ending of the career of Bill Belichick, at least as the head coach of the New England Patriots. Somebody asked me earlier in the show if the Panthers should end up hiring Bill Belichick, and my answer was not just no, but as the great Roy Kent once said, bleep no. At number 29, I'm putting the Arizona Cardinals. Coming off the bye week this week, they did get a road win over the Steelers. They're still real bad. Now, here's the good news for Arizona. They got 2 first-round picks this upcoming year. They've got their own pick, which is going to be pretty good at 3-10. They've also got Houston's pick. Houston lost to the Jets this weekend. That damaged Houston's chances of making the postseason, and if it misses, the Cardinals' second pick would be inside of, obviously, the top 18. The Patriots and Cardinals both carry 3-10 records into the home stretch, and though the Patriots currently hold the number 2 overall pick, that could absolutely shift over the final month. The Cardinals are still trying, though, and that makes it very interesting. Number 28, give me the Las Vegas Raiders. It is bad. It's bad. There was some excitement there for a little while when they had the coaching staff shift when Josh McDaniels was let go and they decided to go to Antonio Pierce. There was a lot of excitement around Las Vegas. Cody Decker, my co-host on Saturdays, big Raider guy. He was jacked up through the roof. He's like, look, our team's trying now, right? Like our team looks like they're actually going to put in some effort now. And defensively, they are 5 sacks in their last game, but they're being called into service so many times right now because this offense is just bad. The Raiders are not going anywhere. Number 27, I got the New York Giants. Now, let's all talk about the greatest thing that's happened to the NFL so far this season. Tommy DeVito, huh? No, that's not true. Tommy DeVito is a fantastic thing that's happened to this New York Giant football squad. Sorry. Let me clarify. This New Jersey football team. I love Tommy DeVito, but the best thing that's happened to the New Jersey Giants is Tommy DeVito's agent. All right? The man became an overnight sensation. And why not? You show up on the sideline in a Taylor Black silver pinstripe suit, wearing a fedora, you clearly know how to make an impression. Love this guy. Love Tommy DeVito, but the team's still real bad. Did get a win. Did knock off a pretty good Green Bay team down the stretch. And, by the way, they did that with a Saquon Barkley fumble. They did that with Malik Heath dropping a touchdown before he scored one. There were plenty of opportunities for this team to get an even more impressive win than what they did over the Packers this weekend. But hey, as long as a living legend that is Tommy DeVito is in charge, they got a chance. That's all you can ask for, is a chance. All right, let's move to the top 10, shall we? That's your bottom 5. Let's go top 10. I am going to open in the top 10 at number 10 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jags defense is bad. 2 weeks in a row, they have been sliced up and diced up by backup quarterbacks. First, it was Jake Browning with Cincinnati. Then last week, Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco. That is right. Joe Flacco went 300-plus yards. Joe Flacco. Yes, that Joe Flacco. I know he's elite, but that Joe Flacco. Now, they pressured him 12 times. They hit him 3 on 45 dropbacks. That's not good. They were getting exactly and precisely 0 coverage sacks. They were getting nothing. And then there's Trevor Lawrence. TL16 had that high ankle sprain a couple of weeks ago. He still came out and played, gave it the old collegiate effort. It wasn't great. Doesn't seem to have any chemistry right now with his top receivers, Calvin Ridley and Zay Jones. Look, I liked the Jags as the division winners, and I still think they are going to be the division winners. But, man, they look bad right now. I'm going to go with number 8 at the Cleveland Browns. Listen, Joe Flacco was good this weekend. But at the end of the day, my dude's 38 years old, and this is true, he's not Tom Brady. So I don't expect that you can rely on 38. By the way, I am 38. All right? It hurts. It hurts to the depths of my soul that people are talking about Joe Flacco like he, got an AARP card or something. He's my age, but that's whatever. Shut up. Nobody cares. Here's the point. You can't rely on this guy to carry you through. Flacco turned the ball over twice with 14-point leads, cost his team points on both possessions, also created an opportunity for the Browns to give that game away. That team is going to take a step backwards. I've got them at number 9. At number 8 right now, I got to go with the Buffalo Bills. Listen, the Bills are 11th in the AFC in terms of playoff pecking order right now. They need to pass 4 teams ahead of them in order to go from being 7-6 to being a playoff team. They got Dallas this weekend. We're going to be talking about Dallas coming up here in a few minutes because Dallas is real good. Stephon Diggs has been not great lately. 4 catches, 24 yards. But the defense has been finishing off games. They got a little help from Kadarius Toney, no doubt about it. That was a big get. The defense has finished games. Josh Allen's making big throws. James Cook is cooking right now. I think you could actually lean on him a little bit more. I think he had, 15 runs this past week against Kansas City. That guy could end up with 20 carries in a game. But I think Buffalo has got to be a team we keep an eye on. If they find a way by Dallas, I think Buffalo's in good shape. That being said, I'm not banking on that. The Detroit Lions are 9-4. They are 8-2, or were 8-2. And there was a lot going right for the Lions, but there was a lot going wrong for the Lions as well. Jared Goff had a couple of turnovers. There have been plenty of injuries along the offensive line. Defensively, they have fallen apart here and there. The Lions are 9-4. They're going to win that division. They're going to go to the playoff. I just don't know what that means. They haven't won a playoff game since 1992. It has been a very long time, and I just don't know that this year is going to change anything. They have allowed 26 or more points in 5 straight games and 6 of the past 7. If the quarterback they are up against is capable at all at getting outside of the pocket, they are in a world of hurt. Well, guess what? Just about every quarterback they might line up against in round 1 of the NFC playoffs can get outside of the pocket. That's a big problem. It's a big problem. They got to get healthy, and they need some late season help. We'll see if they get it. And number 6, I dropped them down 1 spot. Honestly, I waffled back and forth quite a bit about whether or not I should move this team up, but it's got to be the Kansas City Chiefs. They lose to the Bills this weekend because of Kadarius Toney lining up off sides. They blew that. Andy Reid came out on Monday, by the way, and did say, yeah, he should have checked. That's our bad. It is what it is. He ain't trying to pay that fine. The bottom line is Kansas City's got nobody for Patrick Mahomes to bail out to. They just don't. Now, that game's probably dramatically different if Isaiah Pacheco is available. He is a huge part of what that team wants to do, needs to do, can do. But if they don't have that guy, if they can't get that guy rolling, then they're in a world of hurt, man. They're in a world of hurt. And I think they're in trouble. I think Kansas City, without having somebody to pitch the rock to for Mahomes, is a long, long way from the Kansas City Chiefs of the past. When we come back, I will give you your top 5 teams in today's NFL Power Rankings. We'll do that next on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate.
97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg,
And on the Odyssey app.
Upstate.
All right, guys, since I'm running everything, I got to step away for just a minute. I'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. right, dudes. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. James, what's up, buddy? Welcome in. All right, we're running through your NFL power rankings. I gave you your bottom 5 in the first half of your top 10. Let's get into the top 5. Listen, I think they are pretenders. I think they got exposed this weekend. But I'm not quite ready to say the Dolphins are done, because the issue that they have, which is finishing games, especially when they had the completest of complete meltdowns against Tennessee this past weekend, gave up a 75 and a 64-yard touchdown drive in just 160 seconds to end the game, and effectively, I think, cost Miami the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. I still think they're a pretty good club. I still think they've got plenty of talent. Look, the situation to me is easy. In that game, if Tyreek isn't hurt, and this is why I think his MVP case actually improved this weekend, if Tyreek's healthy and they find 1-2 more touchdowns somewhere in the second and third quarter, they're not losing that game. Now, to do that against a Philadelphia, against a Dallas, against the San Francisco is going to be dramatically more difficult than it is to do it against the Tennessee Titans. But I think it can be done. I think it can be done. So I'm not quite ready to say the Dolphins have zero chance. I am going to say they look like a wildly different club than we all thought they were, and they just can't finish games. They're at number 5. At number 4, 1 spot ahead of them. Again, not a team I'm done with, but Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia's defense allowed points on 10 consecutive drives for a stretch over the last 10 games. 9 of those 10 drives ended in a touchdown. But I also got to consider the 2 teams they played back-to-back. They played a Dallas Cowboy team that has a Dak Prescott that is involved in the MVP race. A San Francisco team that might have the best offense since the greatest show on turf back in the day. This team's got to have a get-right game. This team's got to figure it out. And right now, unfortunately, they do not have it figured out. But we all know it's a grit team. We all know it's a tough team. Question mark is, with this schedule, being what this schedule is for the rest of the ride, can they get it right? With this schedule being what it is, Seahawks, Giants, Cardinals, can they pick up some momentum and carry it into the playoffs? I think they just need that one big win. That being said, the way things stands right now, they are likely going to lose the NFC East. And if they do, they're going to have to go to probably Atlanta or New Orleans in round 1. They're going to win that game. But round 2 gets real ugly, real difficult. That could be a game against Detroit. That could be a game against, depending on how it all shakes up, that could be a game against San Francisco in round 2. And all of a sudden, the dreams of getting back to the Super Bowl die if this defense can't get better. And number 2, I'm putting Lamar Jackson and his Baltimore Ravens. a heroic effort, including a touchdown drive going to Zay Flowers and a successful 2-point conversion to give the Ravens a late lead. Tylan Wallace had a pinch hit punt return touchdown to seal the deal when it's all said and done. Baltimore currently owns the AFC's number 1 overall seed, and frankly, I don't see them giving it back at this point. The Ravens defense, however, much like Philly, has got to get better. The difference between Philly and Baltimore is that Lamar Jackson's getting better and Jalen Hurts is getting worse. That's it. That's it. Lamar Jackson playing the way he did in Week 14 opens up a massive margin of error for the Ravens that the Eagles don't have right now. The Eagles don't have the room to screw the pooch. Baltimore does. That's why they're 10-3, and that's why Philly is 10-3, but on a 2-game L streak against a couple of very good teams. We'll see what happens there. Right ahead of Baltimore, how is it not Dallas right now? How's it not Dallas? 24-6 halftime lead over Philadelphia. We talked about the final score. They roasted Philly. They were knocking through 59 and 60-yard field goals when they couldn't score. When they could score, they made it look easy. That was a high-quality win for the Dallas Cowboys, and I've got them at number 2. Number 1, I don't even think we need to spend a bunch of time talking about it, do we? The San Francisco. Yes, I made San Francisco to sell. Hey, shut up. Whatever. I'm bad at this. All right. San Francisco with a double-digit win over the Seahawks this weekend. The offense was up and down. There were a couple of spots where you went, yo, is this team healthy? And then Brock Purdy just started hitting everything. They had a pick that I consider for Brock Purdy an NHF and not his fault INT. Had an NHF off the hands of Ayuk. Ayuk also had a fumble later in the game. He offset that with 126 receiving yards in that game. A 54-yard pass to Deebo Samuel. Christian McCaffrey had a 72-yard run that he frankly should have scored on. This team is a juggernaut right now. An absolute juggernaut right now. And I wish any and everybody the best of luck in trying to stop them, because frankly, I don't know how the hell you're going to do it. I do not know how the hell you're going to do it. That team is real good right now. All right, let's get to put a bow on the third hour of the show. When we come back in hour number 4, got a few more stories I want to get to. Texture said, you're 38, you're not even a man yet. You got to be 41st. LOL. Thanks, Chris. I feel like I'm 60, if that counts. It hurts to get out of bed, if that counts. I don't think it does, but it is what it is. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back at hour number 3, I got some college football for you, including why is Kirk Herbstreit painting himself as a victim? Why is Kirk Herbstreit doing this? I like you, Kirk. I don't want to do it. Final hour of the Rob Brown Show starts next on the Fan Upstate.
Listen on your phone. Download the Odyssey app and search Upstate.
Oh, man. What a day. How we doing, everybody? How's everybody? Y'all good? Everybody good? Down to the bit. No, I'm in Lonzo's seat. Lonzo had to run downstairs to record some stuff for another show because we're short on peeps right now. So you got me. I am going to use the restroom real quick. And since it is just me, I got to go off stream for a minute. So please don't go anywhere. If you're enjoying the show, share it around with your friends so that we can get more people. I'll be right back. we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final hour of the Rob Brown Show starts right now. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome in, y'all. Great to be with you on a Monday morning. Nope, Wednesday morning. Right? Wednesday? Yeah, just Wednesday. Yeah. Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Days are hard. What do you want? I want to briefly remind you that I will be out the next 2 weeks taking the end of year vacation, we will have the outstanding programming of Maggie and Perloff for you on CBS Sports National. They have had a real good show going, including a bunch of very good interviews almost weekly. So make sure you still tune into the Fan Upstate. And then I will make my ever triumphant return to you on January 2nd when we will be able to break down the football college semifinals, as well as start looking forward to the College Football National Championship just days afterwards. So make sure you rejoin us on January 2nd. Make sure you don't miss Maggie and Perloff for the next couple weeks while I am off on vacation. Yesterday afternoon, I got done with the show. I plugged up some work. I headed home. I got down into the bro cave. I sat down and watched some old Godzilla movies because shut up, it's what I wanted to do. And I did some work. And while I was doing said work, I came across about 3 different articles, blogs, podcasts, whatever, from people that were saying Florida State's departure from the Atlantic Coast Conference is imminent. The Noles being left out of the college football playoffs were the final straw. I want to address that real quick. And I feel like I've addressed it a lot of times, and I really don't understand why this keeps popping up. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, listen to Uncle Rob for just a minute. I know that there are a lot of people out there in the broadcastosphere that are telling you that they got sources who got sources who got sources that are telling them that Florida State is ready to pull the plug and move on. And let me be very clear. I do believe that. I do believe intrinsically that if the Noles were able to find a way out, they would be gone sooner rather than later. I believe if they were able to find a way out, they would have found a way out last year or maybe the year before that. The issue is not whether or not FSU wants to leave. And by the way, the reason I'm focusing in on Florida State right now is because I do believe Clemson is in the same boat right now. The difference is the Noles have decided that they are going to be the standard bearer for this conversation. They have decided that they are going to be the ones that say the quiet part out loud, as we know they did multiple times during this past offseason, right? Remember when their AD came out and said, hey, yo, look, we're not making enough money? Remember when their AD was hard pushing the unequal revenue distribution model? Remember all that? That is Florida State saying the quiet part out loud. They basically got to a point, I think, in my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion, I think they got to a point where they were looking at this whole situation and going, all right, here's the deal, yo. We basically are in a spot right now where the current model prevents us from being successful, and we alone are not going to be in a spot where we can get out of this GOR. So we're going to go ahead and throw it out there so that if there are any other teams inside of the Atlantic Coast Conference who want out, they'll jump on with us, right? They'll jump in this conversation with us. They'll be ready to roll. And I think there are other schools in that boat. And I think Clemson is absolutely one of them. Here's the issue. The issue is not a desire or lack of desire. The issue is not a landing spot or not a landing spot, because, yes, I do thoroughly believe that both the Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten would jump at the opportunity to have the Noles or the Tigers join their ranks. Specifically, I think the Big Ten would lose its mind to have the Noles join the ranks. Not only are they getting a blue blood program, not only are they getting a program that was one of just 3 teams this season to finish at 13-0, but on top of all of that, they get to plant their flag very squarely in a thinly and sparsely populated chunk of SEC country. They get to plant a B1G flag in the midst of Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, the Carolinas, LSU, Mississippi State and Mississippi, Ole Miss, Tennessee. They are right in the middle of all of that. So it is not a desire. It is not a lack of a landing spot. They've got all the reasons, and they've got all the necessary setup around them to justify the jump. So, why has the jump not yet been made? And to me, that's a very simple answer. The jump has not been made because even if they jumped and even if they had a landing spot right now, the reality of the situation is they still don't have the rights to their games. The ACC had a very unique grant of rights set up where the schools gave the conference the right to their stuff. So unlike a lot of the other schools that are moving, like Texas owned the right to their games. That's why they were able to get out early and move to the Southeastern Conference next season. Florida State doesn't have that ability. And because Florida State doesn't have that ability, even if they paid the exit fee, they couldn't go anywhere. This is not about anything other than nobody can pick up FSU and be guaranteed the rights to broadcast their stuff. And if you can't broadcast their stuff, you can't advertise in their stuff. And if you can't advertise in their stuff, they're not making you money. They're not adding anything to the kitty outside of their conference fees, which are not going to pay their share of the bill. So I have seen over the past 2 days a number of people telling me that sources in Tallahassee are telling them Florida State could be in the B1G as early as 2025. I'm not going to say it's impossible. I am going to say there have been an army of attorneys working on this for like 2 years now. And they have yet to find anything that made this a realistic possibility. You know how I know that? Because if they did, they'd be gone already. If they did, they would have jumped by now, but they have not. And they have not jumped yet because there's just nowhere to jump to. It really is that simple. There's nowhere to go. If there was somewhere to go, they'd be gone. But nobody's going to take them or anybody else so long as the ACC owns their rights. The only ability that Florida State has right now, and again, this is true of Clemson as well. The only ability that they have right now to end up playing football in another conference sooner rather than later is the complete and total dissolving of the conference as a whole. But remember, in order to do that, they have got to have a supermajority of votes. The conference has just added a couple of teams to the ranks, right? You got 2 more teams joining next year from out west. Excuse me, one from out west and one from Texas, as SMU and Stanford are in. Those 2 teams are automatic no's. Why would they vote to dissolve a conference that they just got into, a conference that they just got into to solve the biggest problem they had, which is not having anywhere to call a home? They're not going anywhere. There are other schools within the ACC that are also going to, calling the shot now, refuse to dissolve the conference because they don't have anywhere to go. Do you think that Pitt and Cuse are going to say yes to dissolving their only hope at maintaining a Power 5/4/3 conference home? No, of course they're not. They're not going to willingly break up the only spot that they have to, stay in existence right now. That would be ludicrous. So no, they're not going to make that move. And if you can't get at least a couple of those schools to agree to this, if you can't get a couple of those schools to say yes, you're screwed. You're screwed. A mistake was made a number of years ago when they all agreed to sign the ACC GOR in the format that it was in. I don't think they could have known that all this was coming down the pipe in the future, which is why the length of the contract is probably a bigger detriment than anything else. That thing's locked in until 2036. But you're going to have people telling you all off season, the Noles are looking to leave. Yeah, they are. But looking to leave and having the ability to do so are very different things. And right now, I just don't think that they have the ability to go anywhere. That's going to be their biggest problem. It's not desire. It's not looking for a landing spot. It's none of that. It is simply, can they go? And the answer is no. They can't. They can't. I saw 3 different articles, podcasts, and blogs yesterday from people asking, here's one right here, will Noles dump ACC for Big Ten sooner rather than later? Guys, their desire to do so does not correlate with their ability to do so. They just don't have the ability to do so right now. It's real simple. And again, I know some of you are going, Rob, you spent so much time on Florida State. Well, from a football angle, I think it makes sense why we would, right? From a football angle, I think this is impactful on everybody. And tied into the fact that if you are in the ACC, you are likely in the ACC for like a while longer, Clemson. If they're screwing over the best team the ACC had this year, then who's to say it won't happen again later? And before you tell me, well, it won't matter, right? It won't matter because this is the spot. Well, what's going to happen when you are starting to look at with 4 teams playing on-campus home games in the first round of the 12-team expanded playoffs next year? What's going to happen if there is, let's say, a 1-loss Clemson team and a 1-loss Ole Miss team, both of them hanging around that spot that will separate number 8, a home game, from number 9, a road game? If they're willing to give those teams in that conference a bit of an extra point advantage now, then who's to say they won't get you next time? Right? It absolutely could be you. That's why this is important. Joey B just popped in the chat a minute ago on our live stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, the Rob Brown Show on Twitch, and said if there was a way to get out of the GOR, they'd have found it by now. They've been looking for over a year. They've been looking for almost 2 years now. The stuff that started last year was just the most recent stuff. I will tell you that they have been looking for the better part of 2 years now. If there was, that's exactly right. I said that a few minutes ago. There's an army of very well compensated attorneys right now in Tallahassee, in Clemson, in Coral Gables, Florida, in Raleigh, North Carolina. There are a bunch of lawyers right now that are all looking around going, how do we find a loophole here? And if there was one to be found, they would have found it, because these people are not dumb. They're not dumb at all. If there was a spot for it to be found, it would have been found. And it's not. And like I said, if they'll do it to FSU, they'll do it to you too. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Got a few more things that I want to knock out. including a massive court case being heard right now that could impact the way that the transfer portal works within college athletics. I'll tell you what that court case is and what its conclusion could mean to all of us as college fans next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, I hate to do it again, and I apologize, but got to knock it out for just a second. Be right back. All right, dudes and dudettes, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Again, sorry, got to keep going away like that. Just trying to run everything over here. What haven't we gotten to know that y'all on the stream want to get to? What have we not discussed yet that you would like to hear about? The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back. Rob Brown with you this morning. Lonzo down doing some work in the downstairs studios. He'll be back with us tomorrow on the radio show. There's a big court case taking place right now in the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of West Virginia. Who cares, Rob? You do if you are a fan of college sports. It is before presiding judge John P. Bailey. The court case in which a ruling is expected right at the end of the show, 10 a.m. So we'll have the results of it if you don't hear it between here and tomorrow on tomorrow's show. The court case could at least temporarily lift the NCAA's rules around second-time transfers, opening a path for athletes who have had waivers denied or whose waiver is outstanding to play immediately at their new schools. The hearing is the first step in a lawsuit filed last week by 7 states looking to eliminate the NCAA's transfer rules. It is a case that has been brought forward in those states, including parties connected to the schools themselves. The latest legal challenge against the organization focuses this time not on athlete compensation like many of the other active cases, but on athlete eligibility. Obviously, we have talked about the continued criticism of the NCAA and its membership over the last couple of years. There is, according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports, and I quote, unrest over the NCAA's transfer policy, specifically its waiver process, that has not only resulted in a lawsuit. The situation has those in important positions within the NCAA contemplating a different path. The lawsuit in West Virginia seeks to give athletes the ability to transfer an unlimited amount of times and retain immediate eligibility. Some believe it's time to make the rules more strict by getting rid of the waiver process. And it's very interesting to see how this is going to play out. Basically, if the judge deems it so, and obviously there will be many and further legal challenges down the line, but if the ruling goes the way of the parties that have brought the complaint to the U.S. District Court in West Virginia, almost heaven, then we could end up in a situation where the transfer rules, as you know them, are further modified, or perhaps I should say abandoned entirely, and would let players in any sport transfer as many times as they would like, and when they transfer, always be eligible immediately. It'll be very interesting to see if that is the case. There is also the discussion about the waivers. The NCAA is under pressure from state and federal lawmakers as well as the courts after they made it possible for football and basketball players to transfer once and play immediately at their new schools. The organization, through a membership vote, lifted the rule that made transferring athletes ineligible the first year at their new school. But those transferring a second time must be granted a waiver to play immediately, which is where the problems that this lawsuit is addressing begins. It is in part because the NCAA recently tightened its guidelines on granting such waivers. At one point, the organization offered athletes 12 avenues in which to be granted eligibility. That number has been modified to 4. The NCAA says that as of November 30th, there are 175 undergraduates, who filed waivers to play immediately in the academic year of 23-24. 1/3 of those waivers were submitted in men's basketball, another 25% from FBS and FCS players, and waivers were granted in 25% of the cases. But they are obviously not always granted. We heard the stories this year about guys like Tez Walker. UNC receiver Tez Walker was initially denied a waiver as a multi-time transfer before the NCAA reversed the decision after it said new information came to light. Though I think that, we talked about this back when it happened, the new information was effectively that everybody thought it was stupid. Everybody thought it was dumb based on all that Tez Walker had gone through to get to Chapel Hill. In West Virginia, Mountaineers basketball player Raekwon Battle transferred from Montana State and had his waiver denied, triggering a rebuke from the state's attorney general. In Colorado, Buffalo football head coach Deion Sanders ripped the NCAA for denying eligibility to transferring offensive lineman Tyler Brown. At the time, Sanders said, quote, "Some things just don't make sense. You say you really care about mental health, but when you have someone really dealing with mental health, there's a problem. You ostracize him and not allow him to do what he's blessed and gifted to do. And the thing that brings him peace, that's trying for a young man." So you've got high-level coaches now that are speaking about this as well. It is interesting. It is interesting. And if the judge decides to pass it, it effectively creates a situation where players can transfer when they want, where they want, and be eligible to play immediately when they do. Now, I am, as you guys that have followed the show for any length of time are aware, 99% of the time, I am going to fall in line with whatever benefits the athletes. Okay? I am going to fall in line with whatever benefits the athletes far more frequently than I don't. And so, therefore, I am good with this. I am good with this. I would be willing to come to a compromise with those of you that are not and say that I am good with the concept of scholarships that basically have like a 1-year mandate on them, right? Like a 1-year mandate. You sign for 1 year. You sign for an off season. You sign for a season, and then you can go. I don't have any issue with that. Just like anybody else signs a contract. I work here. I work on a contract. The contract is for 2 years. There are clauses in that contract that protect me should my employer decide that I should not work here anymore. There are clauses in that contract that protect my employer should I decide that I do not want to work here anymore, which I would like to continue for a very long time. That's a different discussion for them, not y'all. You get it? Anyway, I don't have an issue with turning scholarships into contracts. I would even go so far as to say that I have no issue if schools would like to begin offering long-term scholarships, much like those of us who work on contracts sign when we take a new job. Allow the players to negotiate with attorneys, with family, with whatever. Allow the players to negotiate terms of those contracts, right? UNC, I will sign a 2-year no transfer contract with you. And in return, I would like X, Y, and Z. I will come there and play for X amount of years, but in return for that X amount of years, I would like A, B, and C. I would like X amount of guaranteed NIL money from the school. We talked about that case earlier in the week. That may result in schools being allowed to directly pay out NIL if this new subcommittee or subdivision, comes together. I would like a guarantee of, X amount of playing time. I don't know, I'm just throwing stuff out. I'm just winging this. But you get the point. I would have no issue with putting timestamps on negotiated scholarships and negotiate the scholarships as employee agreements moving forward. And then we don't really have to worry about this stuff anymore, right? You signed an agreement. It effectively has a non-compete attached to it that said you will stay here for 2 years and you will learn and you will grow. And in return, we were going to give you this much money. And even if you don't see the playing field, you were still going to be here. And here you are. But to bring it down to its core, and I've mentioned this a number of times, I have coached sports before, primarily between the middle and high school levels. And I have told parents before that while I think sports are very good for kids, while I think sports are mucho importante for kids, because I think that these sports teach you lessons that you can't get anywhere else, right? They teach you how to be a good teammate. They teach you how to play with humility. They teach you how to compete. They teach you how to win with dignity and lose with grace. These are all important things. We've had this conversation 1.5 billion times. All very important things. But I've also told parents in the past, dude, if your kid does not want to be here, do not make him be here. There are other places and other activities that he can learn these lessons. Again, I've never coached at a high level, but in the years that I have coached in the past, if your kid does not want to be on my team, I don't want your kid on my team. That's not to say I don't want him to love sports. That's not to say I don't want him to enjoy whatever. That's not to say I don't care about him or his well-being. Quite the opposite. I understand that forcing a kid into doing something that they don't want to do can be detrimental to that kid. At the college level, the NCAA level, especially if I am talking about the biggest of the big schools, why would you want a kid on your team who does not want to be there? Do you think that if a kid shows up and then decides after X amount of months or years that he doesn't want to be there anymore, he believes that there is somewhere better for him, right? If he doesn't want to be there anymore, why do you want him there? Why are you going to force him to stay? If the only answer you have is so someone else doesn't benefit from that kid, so you're going to eat up a scholarship and a roster spot that you could utilize for a kid who does want to be there and who is going to give you the best they got in practice and games every week, for what reason? We'll find out what this judge decides to say here in about 25 minutes. And when we come back to do the show tomorrow at 6 a.m., we may have an entirely new set of waiver rules that are being enacted. We'll find out together, collectively, as a group. I'm interested. I'm interested to see if they look at situations like Tez Walker's and they go, you guys can't be trusted to make the decision, because that is a big part of this, right? A big part of it is, do we feel like the NCAA is making good, responsible decisions regarding handing out these waivers, regarding who is getting a waiver and who is not? Yes or no? And I think the argument can absolutely be made that no, they haven't done a good job with that. And if they haven't done a good job of that, why let them continue this power when there is no regulatory body in charge of it? There's nowhere to protest. Now, if you want to look at the NCAA as a private closed business entity outside of regulation, I accept that entirely. But if you're going to do that, I would then, I think, demand that you treat it as a business. And if you're going to treat it as a business, you've got to treat the players as employees. And if you're going to treat the players as employees, as you certainly will do if you do indeed down the road approve this FBS subdivision of the richest schools who can save up money and pay their athletes directly, if you are going to approve all that, then turn scholarships into contracts and give these kids the ability to take less to commit to a shorter period of time, or take more to commit to a longer period of time. Like, a lot of this stuff doesn't seem that complicated to me, but maybe it's just because I'm a super genius. I don't know. Okay, I'm being sarcastic. I'm an idiot, clearly an idiot. But the fact that I'm an idiot and I can see all this makes me think maybe it's not as big of a deal as we're making it out to be. Let's take a break. We'll come back, wrap up the show after this. I am Rob Brown. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, run into the restroom. Be right back. A lot of buttons over here. So we are short-staffed today, and during the day, we record shows that run over the weekend on other stations, and usually there's an engineer down there who records those things for whatever show needs to be recorded, and they are out today. So Lonzo, being the multi-talented artist that he is, had to go down there and record it. I'll be right back. right, we're back, y'all. Lonzo has made his triumphant return to the show.
Triumphant. I am triumphant. You didn't break anything while I was gone, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Guess we'll find out in a moment. You did pick slow music to come back to, but I don't have time to change it. God. Tings, Stephen. Tings. I took care of the tings.
Hey, Lonzo's back. Look at that.
Ow, you've adjusted the headphone
I
level.
did. You listen to your things very quietly.
Because I still have functional ears.
Yeah, that checks out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate final segment of the day is underway. Texter said the NCAA is no longer able to make decisions that best benefit the college athletes. It all started when they stuck their heads in the ground when they could see legal action was coming over the NIL. Now, again, they end up in court. Millions spent on defending the indefensible. Time for at least I lost the end of that text, but I get it. Look, I think that when you are looking at the court case that is underway, again, decision coming down about the transfer rules in about 15 minutes, or at least that's when the judge will take the bench. We'll find out if he hits us with the ruling or not today.
Yeah, because courts always are on time.
Exactly. We'll find out if he hits us with the ruling or not today. I suspect he will because this has been going on for a minute. Should the judge rule a particular way, for those of you that missed the last segment, nobody I'm speaking to in particular, this would basically do away with the current transfer rules as they are in play and open up an avenue for players to be allowed to transfer as often as they wish without being obligated to sit out a year, and would get rid of all of the waiver rules that the NCAA had enacted over the past couple of years. I agree with this texter. The NCAA, as we talked about when it was happening on this show in a different time slot, when the NCAA was looking at NIL legislation potentially coming down the pipe, when they were looking at the lawsuits that were beginning to brew on the horizon, the NCAA basically said, yeah, we'll let the states and all that figure it out, right? We'll let all them figure it out. And the reality of the situation is they weren't prepared to do that either. And then once it got to a certain point, it just snowballed, right? When it got to a point, you could not step in and say, all right, here are the new NCAA-wide regulations, because you would have schools that were benefiting mightily, operating outside of whatever those proposed regulations would have been, that would have pushed back and gone, no. You've already let us do that. You've already let us have our cake. You can't take it away from us now. We're already comfortable with the way this is operating. You should have figured that out before you let us have the power. But they didn't. And because they didn't, you end up in a spot where the NCAA's got to go to D.C. and beg the feds to get involved. And then the feds went, man, try to figure it out. You had an opportunity, you didn't do it. You need to come to us with some solutions that we can help you enact, not come to us asking for the solutions that you can enact. And it basically backed the NCAA up into a corner. And you add on top of that the threat that I genuinely believe is being posed to the NCAA right now, which is a departure from underneath the umbrella of the organization by schools or by the entire conference of the Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten. And if those two conferences decide, you know what, we've got plenty of money, we've got our own members now, we don't really need you for our guidance anymore. We are 88 and out the gate. See you on the flip, Jack. And they take off. The NCAA is left holding the schools that are not in those conferences. That is to say, once FSU, Clemson, I don't think Notre Dame will join a conference, but I think they will, like they have once already with the ACC, work out a deal so that they are included because they are valuable. Some of their resources will go into conference, whatever, when they sign up and log in. But because the NCAA has acted so feckless out of fear of upsetting these teams, of having these teams step away from them and back away from them and leaving them holding a very large expense ledger with no money in the checking account to pay for it all, they just kind of rolled over, and it has created all of this. Now, again, doesn't bother me all that much. Doesn't bother me all that much because, as I have mentioned, I think that what's best for the players is what I'm going to line up with most of the time. And a lot of this has been very good for the players, so I don't really have a huge problem with it. But I will also acknowledge in the same breath that all of this is convoluted. Texas said the NCAA is a fantastic organization with the best intentions and is absolutely zero corruption going on. Excellent, excellent sarcasm. Texter, you have my extreme approval.
Sound like something a government official would say.
Yeah, everything's going great. Don't worry about us. Hey, you know what I would like to do to end this show? A little Twitter trending topics.
No, we're not doing that. We'll do this.
And now, the Rob Brown Show
Oh,
presents.
what the X is going. Yeah.
Yes. See, I mean, you know,
got
I
it.
leave for a little while, and you think like it's like 10 years ago, and you're back by yourself or something. It's weird.
I mean, I killed it though.
I'm sure you did.
I nailed it.
I always would rather be here, but you know, duties and stuff. All right, the first thing that's Xing
Alonzo had to take a duty.
yeah, it was extended. I feel good though. The first thing that's Xing is Cam Newton.
Cam Newton was on the TV while you were gone, but I have no idea why.
Also, you don't know.
No.
Okay, so he is Xing because on his podcast or someone's podcast, he talked about certain quarterbacks that are game managers. And all of them are like really good, like especially one that really bothered people, and that would be Dak Prescott. He labeled as a game manager. And he also, Brock Purdy, game manager. Some of the ones he said were actually game managers, but people were most upset about Dak Prescott. I'm guessing it's probably Cowboy fans that were upset about that.
I'm going to be real honest with you. I'm going to push back on that too. I think Dak's making plays this year. I think in years gone by, I would agree with that. I think Dak Prescott, there's a reason Dak Prescott is in the MVP conversation right now. I would not agree that Dak Prescott is a game manager.
All right. Joe says because no one calls it X, that's untrue. Our boss calls it that. I know because I had to change a promo because my promo still said Twitter. So if the boss says it's X, yo, man, it's X because it's the boss. The next thing that's Xing, yo, is Cade.
Trending on the artist formerly known as Twitter is Cade. I'm going to assume this is connected to Clemson's quarterback of the future and of the now, Cade Klubnik.
You got the vote of confidence.
Well, very interesting because once upon a never ago, also getting a vote of confidence was, of course, DJ Uiagalelei. DJ has a flight this week as he will be traveling from Corvallis, Oregon, down to Tallahassee, Florida, to spend a little while with Mike Norvell, the head coach of the Seminoles of Florida State, and find out whether or not DJ Uiagalelei may be a fit next year to replace one Jordan Travis under center for the Noles. And I'll tell you, I actually really like that pickup for Florida State because DJ Uiagalelei just a bigger Jordan Travis, same style of ball. So if you can find guys to replace Wilson and Coleman, good freaking luck with that. Then I think you are probably in a spot where a DJ Uiagalelei would actually be a pretty good fit.
All right, this break's a little bit short. I don't know if Rob broke it or not. So we got time for 2 more. The next thing that's Xing is Andre Brower.
Yes, Andre Brower passing away yesterday, I think 62 years old. Interesting career of this young man. He started in cop dramas a number of years ago. He was in one, was it Chicago Blues? I think he was on for a while.
I think it might have been. It was a long time ago, but yeah.
I think it was on Chicago Blues when the pilot dropped. So he spent a number of years on cop dramas that my parents watched. And then most recently, he was in a role on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, a show which I just recently discovered that I very much enjoyed.
Yeah, I watched the first season, then it kind of got, I moved on to other things, I guess.
I am not a huge Andy Samberg guy.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, not a huge Andy Samberg guy, but I just started working my way through Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and I'm enjoying it, but the Chief is a big part of the reason why.
He is. All right, the last thing that's Xing, no clue why, Cora Jade.
No clue why?
No.
None?
That's not even 2 clues.
You can't think of 2 reasons?
I can't. I have no reasons, no double reasons, nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what. We will try to enhance tomorrow's show. It'll be bigger and better than ever before. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! Oh, I was totally getting you out of there while we were still reverbing.
I panicked. What can I say? There was something on my mind that made me not think of, where I was. I don't know what it was.
Just had a brewery in Spartanburg invite me to come up during my week off and hang out with them and take a backstage tour and talk about potentially down the line having a Rob Brown ale.
Dude, way to go.
Hi, Chris. You didn't get me this time.
What? No, that's not what he said.
Oh, boobies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I don't know who you were talking about.
A wrestler.
Wait, how did you get that from clues that were given?
Context.
He's no longer Captain America. He's now Batman.
I don't think we covered it up that well. Much alike. All right, we're going to go before I get myself canceled. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you enjoy the show. We'll see you back here tomorrow. That's Chris Evans. He's the one that said boobies. Yeah. Bye.